Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Is the next search on February 28, 2020? 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
I object.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Before we jump to fire coverage, we are going to jump first to court. And of course, I also have to give away the internet so somebody can take care of this so I don't have to. Let's see, it's going to be, I think it's, what is this? SF in Texas? SF in Texas. What happened there? Why are I orange? Why did everything go orange? There's counter 1, 2, we'll go there in a second, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7's blank, 8's blank. That was weird. That was weird. I had just random orange on my screen. I'm not sure why. Welcome, SF in Texas. Congratulations, you're first in chat. We're going to send it to you to internet ownership, which punishes you. Yes, but the rest of us get off easy. So, you might have a bad day now, but the rest of us are happy about this. So you just got to live with it, unfortunately.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Thank you, Judge Fleischer. Appreciate that. Kiwi Chick from New Zealand made it. Great. Orange is always random. Yeah. All right, we're gonna jump straight to court because this is going on right now with Judge DeSantos, and it's a little bit spicy. Trying to figure out what's going on. I'm not sure. Didn't get all of it. Thanks, by the way, to Josh for this. He just sent me the link. Let's see here. Oops. There we go.
We are on the record in the matter of the City of Wyandotte versus Vanessa Bell, 24725.
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Bell, standing in for my MIDC colleague, Mr. Serrano. Ma'am, would you please say your full name for the record? Vanessa Bell.
All right, good afternoon. And so this matter was scheduled at 2:15, and so at 2:40, this court called the matter and issued a warrant. Mr. Serrano has since left, and then I was informed that you arrived.
And Your Honor, we would ask that that warrant be set aside. My client did advise me that she was actually at the hospital. She did indicate that she had documentation as to that. Is that correct, ma'am? Yes, I have a moment.
I'll take a look at the documentation, please.
Sorry, I missed court. I was at the hospital. Better be good. Better be good. We're in Michigan. This is Michigan, by the way.
And Your Honor, for the record, I hadn't reviewed it for myself because I was honestly hesitant to grab
You have not reviewed it yourself?
No, I was hesitant to grab any paperwork from the file, to be honest.
The lawyer's like, hey, it's not my paperwork. She just said it's a hospital paperwork.
Ma'am, I have to say, I'm kind of curious as to how your visit to the hospital on December 28th caused you to be late today.
I have pneumonia. It's hard for me to breathe. My mind isn't clear. I'm sick. I'm moving very slowly. I'm extremely stressed, and it slowed me down today.
Pneumonia.
I have pneumonia. I'm real sick right now.
I can see that paperwork and everything. Real quick.
No laughing matter. Pneumonia, the stuff that's going around is pretty.
You made it appear as though you were just in the hospital today, and that's why you showed up late.
I said I was very sick. That's why I'm late, because I was running late because I don't feel good, and my head is not clear because I'm extremely sick, and it caused me to be 20 minutes late.
No.
I pretty clearly heard she was in the hospital. She uses an actual potato for her mic. It's confirmed. Actual potato. I think it's a russet, Idaho grown.
Am I missing something, or does this say?
Maybe I didn't give you all the right paper because I have I did a lot of medical. So.
I don't think Judge DeSanto misses much.
She says there's been something missing, so I may have not given her the.
This just tells me, ma'am, that you have development of patchy by bacillar infiltrates. That's not pneumonia. I'm not suggesting that it's not something, but it's not pneumonia. So here's what ma'am, this appears to be a delay tactic. Because
Ma'am.
You were at the hospital December 28th is when, well, you had that imaging done December 28th. I don't know if it was from the hospital. I don't know if you were ordered from your doctor and you went to an imaging place. I don't know. But what I do know is December 18th, the final pretrial was held. We adjourned it for one final time to today's date at 2:15 because you wanted to retain counsel. We have not yet received any appearance from any attorney.
I have Mr. Friedman, and I had a hard time getting a hold of anybody during the holidays, but I did try to talk to Mr. Friedman yesterday, and he has asked me to obtain the transcripts from the motion and a few other things that he can look over so he can decide if he wants to be my lawyer or not. I mean, I'm very sick. I have pneumonia, like it's a development of patchy, whatever that I have pneumonia.
Well, that says that it's a condition caused by a partial collapse of your lungs.
A partial collapse of my lung.
Oh, that's serious.
And that's not serious.
No, it is.
I didn't say it wasn't serious. That's not what I said.
Right, but that prolonged me from doing the things that I had to be doing. On top of the fact that it was the holidays and nobody was calling me back. I called probably about 30 lawyers. And I finally had Mr. Freeman call me back yesterday. And Mr. Freeman is going to take my case. I just have to give him information. And I mean, I'm doing the best I can. It's not my fault that the lawyers keep quitting on me. I'm not firing them.
No, ma'am, that's not accurate. That's absolutely not accurate. You asked, you have stated that, so there's been Mr. Goldpaw, you wanted a different attorney, there was a breakdown, there's a breakdown in the attorney-client relationship.
Yes.
And then the same thing happened after Mr. DeBloy, after the court denied the motion to dismiss, and then you wanted to, you and Mr. DeBloy didn't see eye to eye or what have you, so you wanted to retain counsel.
Mr. DeBloy actually, he sent me an email telling me that he was no longer able to be my attorney. He quit on me.
Okay,
and the first Mr., the older gentleman, he also said that he put in the motion to suppress. He said, I cannot be your lawyer anymore though.
Okay, ma'am, I'm not going to get into why, whatever the breakdown was between you and the attorneys or the attorneys and you, I'm not going to get into that. At the end of the day, this matter has been pending since June.
Yes.
Since June. So, there has been final pretrial after final pretrial after final pretrial. So, I was very clear, the last date you were here, that this was going to be the final adjournment. So.
And how would I be aware that Mr. DeBloy was going to stop being my lawyer?
I'm sorry?
Mr. DeBloy didn't even tell me until 2 days after the last time I seen you that he was going to step away from being my lawyer.
Yeah,
so,
on December 18th, there was a final pretrial held. Mr. DeBloy made an oral motion to withdraw as counsel to represent you, which this court granted. then you had asked for an adjournment so that you could retain counsel. And I stated, we will adjourn until January 5th at 2:15. And that was the final adjournment. And that was so you could retain counsel. So now here we are on the 8th of January, and there has not been an attorney that's filed an appearance on your behalf. And you were not here at timely. It was almost half an hour before you appeared. And you're now asking for another adjournment because you want transcripts or whatnot.
This is what Mr. Freeman had told me that I needed to get in order for us to start, because he obviously has no idea about the case. And I told him about the motion being denied. And I said that I wanted to appeal it, and so he said he needed the transcripts and he needed to do some things. And I have to sign a retainer. I just spoke with him yesterday at 4 o'clock. It was the first time I spoke with him. And I didn't think I thought I was gonna come today without a lawyer at all. I cried uncontrollably for 4 days. I know that doesn't matter to you, but this has been very stressful for me. I understand it's been since June. I want this to be over with too. Okay, I'm over this too. But I feel like I have a right to stand up for my civil rights, which were violated. I believe 100%. Okay, so these lawyers, they're quitting on me. Okay, so I have to find another one. First of all, I had to come up with the money. Okay, that was hard, but I did it. And then it's the holidays. So nobody's calling me back. And even though I was very sick, I still continued to work my butt up to get a lawyer. I am working my hardest to make sure that this is taken care of in the way that I feel appropriate for myself. I have been trying very hard. I have come in here with nothing but respect. And yes, I was late today because I am beyond stressed. I'm super sick, and I'm forgetting this and I'm forgetting that. And I tried my hardest. I've tried my hardest to do nothing but respect this court and do everything that I believe for myself is right. And I needed my own lawyer, and I finally found one at the very last minute last night. I have called and I have done everything.
So Mr. Friedman does not have an appearance filed here yet.
I understand that. I just spoke with him yesterday at 4 o'clock. I just spoke with him at 4 o'clock, and he isn't even sure if he is able to take my case. I have to give him more information. Okay, I understand that this is taking a long time, but there are things that keep preventing me from moving forward because I keep having to get a new lawyer, which has to catch up on the case, which has, this takes time. I mean, I have a right I have a right to do this. I have a right to make sure.
Well, ma'am, you do. But let me also clarify this. You've had a right to retain your own attorney since June.
I understand that, and I couldn't afford one. And then when I came up with the money, I worked my butt off. I wish I had my phone so I could show you how much time and effort I have put into finding my own lawyer.
And ma'am, that's fair, and that's fine. I can also show you how many times this matter has been adjourned to allow you that opportunity to allow motions to be filed and such. And so here we are now, 7 months later, there's no talking in court. 7 months later, and we're not any further along.
I understand that, and I was okay with Mr. DuBois. I had no problem with him being my lawyer, and he decided that he couldn't represent me anymore. And so I needed time to get another lawyer, and this lawyer has to catch up with my case, and I am entitled to a fair process.
Which is not, ma'am. It's been a fair process. The court has afforded you.
It hasn't though.
Excuse me. The court has afforded you a number of opportunities to
bailiff standing up,
hire an attorney, to have motions filed. You've had now the third attorney appointed to represent you in this matter. I am giving you 1 month, ma'am, because at this point the case is already over time standards anyway. What's one more month? 1 month. That is it. I am not giving you one more adjournment. If you do not have your attorney or you do not have whatever needs to be had, this is being set for trial.
I appreciate that.
That is it.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honor. Okay, ma'am, so just reach out to him, get whatever.
So it's going to be scheduled for February 5th at 2:15 p.m. Don't be late, ma'am. If you're not here at 2:15, a warrant will issue.
I will be here at 4:45.
And I will say that it appears as though you made it seem as if you were in the hospital right before you got here.
That was my impression, Your Honor, when she said, here I have hospital records to show that I'm sick. Obviously, Your Honor, yes, logically you would think, since that was the reason we were talking about her being late, yes, that's what I thought, Your Honor.
Josh, which one did you have in mind?
You know what I mean.
Can't believe you got another month.
If you were to test me, right now, what's in your system?
Absolutely nothing.
Bond and conditions are continued. We'll see you back on February 5th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I think I'm all set for today.
Okay.
Thank you. See you later, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Hi.
We're on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus is Hunter and Javion together? Are you co-defendants? Okay, I'll call you both together. Javion Panic and Hunter Full. Okay, and so Hunter, your name please.
Hunter,
Javion, your name.
I think she's done. Yep, all done. It went away. All right. As far as the updates on the fire, here's what happened since before lunch. The governor has actually activated the National Guard, not to stop the looting, but to actually fight the fire. So the National Guard, those resources are coming in on the state level as well. New fire, Freddy Fire near Mulholland Drive. Oh my goodness. I was watching, the reason I came back late is because I was showing Mrs. R.A. all these videos about the fire in the Palisades area, like down by the mall. Oh my goodness. Just desolation. It looks like an apocalypse. There's nothing left. There's a spam call now? Oh my goodness. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
I only talk to people. If I don't get a real person, I'm hanging up. I don't talk to robots. If I don't get a real person, I'm hanging up. I know you're there.
Hi, this is Mary from Med Health Center.
No, Mary.
I'm calling to let you know that after this recent open enrollment, if you have Medicare Part...
I need a real person. I was an active member of the National Guard and was activated many times for fires and other things. Every time I hit the little bloop, I hang up. Yeah, that's the connection. It's like from Calcutta, India to the United States. Boop, that's the sound it makes. Okay. Anyway, the fire's still ongoing, still a problem, obviously. It's going to be a while. I'm hoping we get another update. Let's see. I think it was...
Their neighborhood's really complete.
1 second. I think it was... This is ABC 7 that provided some of
to
this.
see those fixed wing.
This was from their reporting previously. Let's skip ahead to where I think they showed some. There we go. They were showing some of the aerial view of the smoke, which is showing up on radar. The weathermen are showing. You can see the smoke plumes on the radar. There's a reporter standing there in the fire. He's in a fire jacket on the side of the street, speaking through a mask. Let's see, where was it? I don't know where the other part was. There was something I was going to show you there, but I missed it. But let's see. I think there was another one from, actually, Elon Musk had a friend who tweeted something out, a video that's on the scene. Probably some of the best footage I've seen from the fire-damaged area. It's going to be on 3, right? Okay. Let me bring this over. Need to find it again. Saw the guy saving the bunny. That was really cool. Props to him. That was awesome. Okay, just one sec. Let me bring this one over. On 3. I don't know if I can see it to bring it up for you. This video, look at this. This is the ocean. Okay, there's the ocean, and then you turn, and there's the fire. That's how far it's burned. This is, I believe, in the Malibu Palisades area. Which just for perspective, this video captures it perfectly. Just wow. Wow, wow, wow. I can bring in some of KTLA a little bit. They're on right here. I'll wait till their talking head stops sharing stuff. Okay, commercial break there. Let me bring on the scanner. We didn't have that on. I think it's going to play a commercial because I'm too cheap to pay for the scanner that has no commercials. Smoke is miserable. Reminds me of Maui. People had to jump in the ocean. Very, very similar. Very, very similar. There we go. We've got scanner going back for the Palisades area. Hope everyone's safe. Yeah, they've already had people. I think they rescued like 70 horses or something. They were saying, which is good.
Branch 1, heavy equipment 1. Yeah, branch 1 on command. Yeah, I think you're talking about the same thing down there in the bottom, the riparian zone, in where the Sullivan. We do have a dozer that's working down. Any way to get some kind of a patrol or a type him to keep that thing hung, they can transition up the canyon. We're trying to together, and then we're going to have to put in some handline with a crew once we get a little.
Tess Heard, holy heck, I'm finally back. Missed y'all, Tess.
Every equipment 1, branch 1. I copied about every third, but I understand what you're talking about, and we're trying to get that plan engaged right now. Okay, good copy. Dozer 5 is the one in the bottom. Construction 17, Dozer 5.
Dozer 5. Bulldozing fire lines.
Branch 1 copies.
Welcome back, Tess. Good to have you here. Give me a second to pull up some video for you so we can see what's happening. Okay.
before was a campfire.
Okay, I've got to find out where that audio is coming from. Okay, looking at flight radar, we've got a lot of air activity around the Palisades fire. We've got helicopters working in this area on the eastern side, and then that's a jet flying into land.
Yankee Zulu from 80 Charlie.
Unfortunately, the pattern's widening. It is spreading. Quite a bit of area there covered. The video we saw down by the coast was shot right down here on the bottom, right along here somewhere, which is, man, beautiful area. Let me switch this and figure out where my what video's playing sound. Oh, it was that one. Come on. Okay.
Yankee Zulu from 80.
Looking at CAL FIRE, their map does show an Olivos fire, which is far, far away. Clear on the other side of Thousand Oaks, all the way down by the ocean. But you've got Palisades. Let me see.
Palisades air attack, LAV1.
Here's our update here from Palisades, from the three fires we're talking about. Total emergency responses, 8,587. There are 35 fires total. 5,742 active.
Palisades air attack, LAV1.
Acres burned. Acres. 5,740 acres burned. Palisades right here, if we're looking at this. This will show us the outline
Palisades
of the fire.
operations, LAV1.
Go for Palisade operations.
Situational awareness only. Ventura Copter 4 is getting diverted to the start 99's the Freddy incident. You will be losing them shortly.
Yep, copy, divert, help keep that small. I agree with that. Do you have a size up for that fire?
Eaton Fire doesn't have the outlines. That little chirp is pretty loud. There's the Woodley Fire. We heard about that one previously.
LA City, Palisades air attack on command.
Palisades air attack, go for LA on V1.
The Navy sent planes to drop water.
LA Palisades air attack, check an update on order for the 2 Type 3 multi-engine air tankers and the additional Type 1 copters that were ordered earlier this morning.
Your copter was diverted to the Freddy incident 99. Still no answer back for your Type 3 multi-engines at this time.
Okay, can we check availability on one restricted copters or one of the state?
Palisades air attack, LA copies your request. Also be advised, multiple incidences have rotor wing requests on hold at the NAT.
Lots of people asking for helicopters.
Air attack copy.
Waiting ahead of them. They don't have enough helicopters to fill the need for the requests.
Palisades operations, LAV1 when able.
Eaton fires 10,600 acres. Wow.
Traffic for operations, repeat your identifier.
Palisades operations, LA on V1. Last size up update was 2 acres running uphill at the LA County Ventura line. Units on scene and working.
Copy, thank you.
See if I can pull up this video that Elon shared just a little bit ago. This is, I believe, down near Palisades. There's a stop sign street. This is a community. These are houses, businesses, schools, churches.
Air attack operations on B1.
It's a fire station right there. It survived. Look at the devastation across the street. Wow.
Air attack operations on V1.
That's crazy.
VNT Battalion 26, Palisade operations. Are you up on V1?
See the Mount Wilson fires in California.
Branch 5, planning ops and command.
Shows the advancement there.
Branch 5. If you haven't already done so, if you could shoot me your... you broke on shoot me.
Yeah, that's a bad place to break.
Request. Unable to copy.
There's a possibility that some
Branch
of the
5, planning ops up. Your 215 information.
that some of the
Yeah, from
the
that was
radio
sent in,
repeaters
hour and a half ago.
may be damaged by the fire.
Any chance you could send it to me? It was to you. Let me double check that it's sent.
On B1.
Branch 10, planning ops.
10.
Look at all this helicopter activity.
You can shoot me your 215 information.
Can I get a contact number? I didn't get it this morning.
Palisades Air Attack LA on V11 able.
Lots of helicopters in the air now. Tons of them.
Planning ops, branch 5. Go ahead, sir.
Shoot me your 215 observations.
It shows you viewed it on WhatsApp, the last message sent.
They're using
Copy
WhatsApp.
that, thank you. Branch 10, you got it.
They're using WhatsApp to communicate.
Negative. Branch 10.
If I could have your 215 information.
Get a number. Can I get a contact?
951.
We're going to turn this down. We don't need the fire chief's number broadcast to everybody.
Palisades Air Attack LA on
Palisades
V1.
Air Attack on V1.
Palisades
What
Air
was
Attack.
the area code again?
LA on
51
V1.
broke off. LA Palisades Air Attack. I'd like to put a request in for a relief ASM or lead for 1530 and wanted to check on availability for any additional Type 1 tankers out of Fox. Heard there might be two available.
Palisades Air Attack. We copy 1530 for relief. Is that for Air Attack or lead?
The LAPD choppers is right
That
there.
was
It looks
for
like it's been flying as
ASM
well.
or lead at 1530, 1530.
LA copies. Also be advised you have Tanker 605, Tanker 613 from Porterville ETE to follow. Tanker 602 from BEU, liftoff 1258, ETA 1500.
Okay, I copied the two S2s. What was the third identifier?
Hotel 602 from BEU, lifted off at 12:58, ETA 1500.
Copy 602, thank you.
Okay, so most of these firefighters and most of these crews are operating off handheld radios.
Air attack, operations V1.
That, you know, this is a very long, what's called a whip antenna. Most of them have a
Operations
shorter
air attack
one.
on V1.
Whatever frequency they're on.
Yeah, I hear that's a report of a new start over called the Freddy Fire. Closer to PCH and Mulholland to the a little bit farther up to the north on PCH. Do you think we need to divert aircraft there? I'd rather help keep that thing small. Let me come around and take a look, sir, and see if I have eyes on it. Confirming they have resources at scene. They do have it. They said the last report was 2 acres burning uphill, moderate rate of spread. We did send one V&C helicopter over there. I was notified that happened, but I just want to know this thing is established. It would be nice to maybe help them out with some aircraft if we need to and keep that small. Okay, I believe I have eyes on the smoke now. Just want to confirm, did they start an additional air resource response over to that? Because if so, it's going to have to be deconflicted.
So
yeah, I believe that's just a complete new start. That is
feature.
not tied to this incident.
Oh man, complete new fire. Most of these radios that they use are probably putting out less than 10 or 15 watts of power.
Branch 10, Ventura County Crew 14 is requesting to head to the new start on the Ventura LA County line. Your approval.
These radios work really well.
Yep, that'll be
line of
helping
sight.
out them. If they need that crew, go ahead and release them. We need to keep that one small.
So they can see to each other.
VNC Crew 14, I'll get them going that way.
So if I could literally see 20 miles from one mountaintop down the ridge through a valley up to a mountaintop and 20 miles away and see each other, my two little radios could talk back and forth pretty well without much static. I believe these are 10 watt radios. Very similar power to what police have. To talk further than that, they have to talk to a repeater station where there's a big antenna that listens and then rebroadcasts it out on another frequency. And then everyone else listens on that other frequency and then talks on one that the antenna listens on.
9348 Golf. Command.
Those repeater structures are usually set on the top of hills. They're set on top of buildings and things like that. So in an area that has a lot of hills and mountains, you might have those repeaters set up in the area that is burning.
Planning ops, branch 10 on command.
If those burn, then the communications go down.
Planning ops, go ahead. With all the traffic, I missed the area code on the cell number, please. 9515.
We're not going to give out his number.
Branch 10, good copy.
Frosty Jen, our county in Kansas changed their system so we can't listen on scanners anymore. There are two ways. They can either go from analog to digital, which I think everyone in the country did a long time ago. There was federal funding to do that. They could go from digital to trunked, which is where they jump around from frequency to frequency, and then you just need a more expensive scanner to follow it, a trunk tracking radio. Or they could go from trunked to encrypted. And when they go from trunked to encrypted, currently there's no way to listen to that without getting the permission and the encryption key installed in a special radio that allows you to follow that one. So it sounds like you might have gone to encrypted if you can't listen on scanners at all. Carolyn W., member for 18 months. Prayers for all the people in California. Thank you. Thank you for having the best coverage, Ari. I love it here. I don't think I have the best coverage, but I do try to provide a good coverage. I set the bar low. So, yes, they went encrypted. I'm not a fan of that. I think that that media should be able to monitor, and by media I mean all of us, anyone who's interested, should be able to monitor police. Now, I'm fine with them having encrypted tactical channels. I can understand that, but don't do regular, everyday stuff on the TAC channel. We can listen to our scanners, but we have a 15-minute delay. That just means someone else radio waves are radio waves. So you're not actually listening directly to the scanner if you have a 15-minute delay. Master Eden says, you actually do have the best coverage. Thank you. I appreciate that. This particular channel we're listening to, the traffic, is mostly has to do with this Palisades area fire. This morning we listened mostly to what was happening up here in the Eaton fire area, which is on the sort of the other side of the valley here, a little bit to the east.
LA City, Palisades air attack on command.
Lots of air assets.
Palisades air attack. Go for LA on V1.
Ooh.
LA Palisades air attack. Do you guys have a additional full aircraft response going to the new start north of the Palisades incident?
Affirm, that's going to be the Freddy incident. They should be having air attack 12 on the way that way.
Copy, air attack 1-2 inbound to the new start. We will remain over the Palisades incident.
I think that was this guy right here that was just making that call. Look at the pattern. Look how they're spreading out. It's bad when they spread out because they're trying to stay over the fire. So if they spread out, that means that there's a potential of the fire moving, or it is moving right now. But that Freddy one's to the north. I'm not familiar with this area enough to know exactly where that's at, but it could be too far away. See, we have this is a prop plane that's flying over. Is this a drone? No, it's just got a cover on it. Okay, I was wondering if they were flying a drone. They do have drones to monitor fires, but this is a U.S. California Department of Forestry plane. Let's see who's high and who's low here. Forestry plane's at 3,200 feet. The helicopter is at 2,000 feet. This helicopter over here is at 7,750.
Branch 1, branch 10 on command.
It's much higher. 7,600 for this helicopter. Our plane here that's been circling most of the morning is at 4,800. This guy here is also at 4,900. They're on the same level. They have to watch out for each other. Helicopter here to the north, 7,300. This one's at 1,800. That's very low. And that's a jet.
Branch 1, branch 10 on command.
Let's keep an eye on this guy right here. He's
Palisades air attack LAV1 when able.
Mostly interested in here. Where's the Freddy fire? Did somebody? What was the reference point for the Freddy fire? It was to the north of the Palisades.
Operations air attack on V1.
Does anybody know how far?
Okay, go for operations.
Operations air attack. Regarding the new start, they have a full aircraft dispatch responding to that now.
There you go. That's what they're talking about here. That new start.
Yep, copy that. I'm okay if we make a decision to push aircraft if something goes different than is planned and they need more additional resources. We'll just keep that idea in the back pocket.
Yep, copy that. I'll work on doing aircraft sharing with Air Attack 1-2.
These are super scoopers.
Perfect, thank you.
Palisades air attack LA on V1 when able.
Go for Palisades air attack.
Palisades air attack. Helicopter 601 and 605 off of Porterville 1315, ETA 1400.
Copy 602, 601, and 605. Thank you.
Let's see where they're headed. They're going to be looking to make a pass and pick up some water, I think.
Division Papa 94-6 Charlie, command.
They're tailing each other, so either they're full of water now and they're about to make a drop, and they'll be turning around because they have to They have to after each drop, or after they've dropped all the water that they contain, because they can drop it in segments. Not all the planes drop everything that they have on the first pass. They can do multiple passes sometimes. Let's see.
Division Papa 9460 Charlie, command.
They're not really turning and weaving around like
Unit
that.
calling Division Papa on command. Go ahead.
Division Papa 9460 Charlie. Need for ground support. Let me know you're ready to copy.
I want to see where they scoop up water, see if they're going to go to the ocean, to the bay here, to one of these little lakes.
60 Charlie, Division Papa. Extremely broken. Let me move to a better location. I'll get back.
I'm going to start calling my hubs Division Papa.
Branch 1, Branch 10 on command.
I don't think that thing landed. There, yeah, it's going to catch up. The application
Operations,
here
Branch 10.
is trying to guess where the plane is at.
Go for
And so
operations.
It uses the last ping.
If you're able to hit Branch 1 for me, we're kind of cut off on Branch 10 for Zulu, but there's resources over on that side of Zulu on Palisades requesting additional resources. That sounds like an apartment building and a church are going up now. The address is 1425 Palisades, and I don't have any additional resources.
1421 Palisades, apartment house, needing resources on the North Palisades area.
Affirmative, 1425 Palisades Drive, apartment complex and a church going up. Additional resources needed over there. I don't have any to send from Branch 10. I was trying to get a hold of Branch 1 and see if you had anything available. We'll probably need a structure group to set up over there.
So we'll talk about... copy that. Break, Branch 1, operations, V1.
Trying to see where these super scoopers are going to fill up with water. They can scoop the water into their holding tank while they're flying. So they skim the water off the surface. It allows them. It looks like they're going down to the into the
Go
ocean.
for operations.
Operations, we're getting reports of an individual who needs assistance with evacuations. Let me know when you're ready for the address.
Go.
Operations, the address is going to be 17520 West Camino de Yatasto. That's Camino de Yatasto. Yatasto.
Go ahead. 7520 West Camino de Yatasto. Residents needing help with evacuation.
Operations, you were cut off. Just confirming the numbers 17520.
Correct, 17520.
These two planes are about to pass the Pacific Coast Highway. They'll be out on the
Branch
ocean.
1, operations
after that.
on V1.
Looking at their altitude, this plane's at 1,900 feet. The other one is about 2,100 feet. They may drop off radar if they go too low.
Branch 1, operations
1,200
V1.
feet. It's 1,000 feet. Yeah, it looks like they're coming down to refuel right now in the ocean. As is possibly
Branch
this guy
1,
right here.
41 Alpha on V1.
900 feet. It's under 1,000 feet. That is it's skimming the surface right now.
Branch 5.
800 feet.
Operations V1.
Ground speed 163 knots.
Branch 5.
Yeah, I heard there's some resources. We're looking to need to send some help up Palisades Drive, up to the North Palisades. Even though distance from Branch 10. He can't send any resources, but he can send a couple up there. Reported of a church in another building starting to catch fire up there. Stand by for address.
Looks like he's definitely refueling right now. His helicopter just next to him
Palisades Drive
is
If he
also
can
a
send
fire
resources up there to investigate,
helicopter,
great.
which is interesting because that's a ways away from the Palisades fire.
Repeat the numerics again.
So the scooper's climbing
Address
now,
of 1425 Palisades Drive.
back up to 1,000 feet.
1425 and point of contact.
No, that was a relay. Resources are there requesting additional. I don't have a contact.
Copy.
Picking up water.
I just know Branch 1 or operation came to contact Branch 10 direct.
49 Foxtrot.
The other super scooper just sort of dropped off the radar, so he's probably got all the water he needs now. He's now turning back. He's going to be climbing. He's up to about 1,200 feet now.
Division Mike with a line emergency.
He's going to be climbing and returning to where he's going to do his pass and drop the water.
Go for operations.
Operations with a line emergency from Division Mike. We have two separate patients, both minor in nature. One, flu-like symptoms, nausea, vomiting. That would be patient 1. And second is minor burns to an ear.
Ouch.
Requesting BLS ambulance. That would be at CHP north of Topanga. Patient 1 would be captain off engine 151. Patient 2 would be firefighter off engine 34.
2 injured firefighters.
How do you copy?
One is sick and one is minor burn.
I got 2 patients, one with flu-like symptoms, captain off of engine 151, and a minor burn to the ear off a firefighter off of engine 34. Can you let me know, actually, we're just saying it's on Topanga north of PCH, correct?
Correct. There's a CHP outpost north of Topanga. I'll work on that address and provide that. Point of contact for this would be 1551 Alpha.
This is a AI generated
Copy,
image.
1551 Alpha, the contact at CHP on Topanga north of PCH, is that correct?
That would be on PCH north of Topanga.
Copy that.
This is the type of plane we're watching.
Safety operations on V1.
It looks like it's going down and refueling, which means there must be fire in this area. Oops, let's see, where do we end up? We're right here. There must be fire right here on this Pacific Coast Highway area because he's dropping back down to refuel, or not refuel, to pick up more water, and he was dropping. He flew right along that Pacific Coast Highway.
Operations
making that
with
drop.
Division Mike.
It's sort of rudimentary.
Is that traffic for operations?
Operations from Division Mike. Correct address for BLS ambulance location 18850 Pacific Coast Highway.
So
yeah, copy, and we can do one transport, correct?
That's affirmative.
Yeah, copy. Break, Palisade safety from operations on V1.
If you look at, if we look straight down when he actually is doing his drop, so he picks up the water off in the ocean here, and we're going to sort of get a top-down view to show where the fire is. He's going to get in line with this highway, which is right along the coast.
Hey, did you copy the traffic about the line
drop there?
Injuries on Division Mike?
Oh, he's headed inland.
Affirmative.
He did one drop right along here.
Repeat
the
needs.
Already. No, he's moving inland.
Just to repeat really quick, we have 2 patients. One flu-like symptoms, captain from engine 151. second patient, minor burn to ear, a firefighter off of engine 34. They're requesting just a single RA, single ambulance for transport to 18850 PCH.
This plane's going around the Freddy Fire. It looked like there were two, but one just dropped off. The transponder just stopped transponding.
Go for
Operations, deputy operations.
Go ahead.
The similarities, Jason, are absolutely stunning. You've got very similar vegetation patterns. You've got very similar weather, very similar views with the ocean.
Operations, deputy operations.
Go for operations.
So let's go back to the top down.
ICP.
Oh, looks like he's going to
Less than
make a turn here.
less than 15.
Requesting a detailed ops brief for an elected.
Hey, the last transmission was unreadable due to wind. Repeat, please.
He didn't just flip a U-turn. This is not
ICU
accurate.
is requesting a detailed ops brief for elected.
Yeah, copy that. We'll be there in 15 minutes to give a detailed briefing to you.
Copy.
Some transponders are better than others being tracked. Hey, Broken Baker. Good to have you here. Thanks for the raid earlier, by the way. Let's see, altitude-wise,
Branch 5 command.
planes are around 2,900 feet. Helicopter up ahead at 900 feet. They'll be over the top of him. More than 1,000 feet of clearance. So most of the Palisades activity has been in this area over here. But our two super scoopers flew in from a little further up north. You can see they flew in up here, and it looks like they picked up water in the ocean. And now they're returning back.
Hey, Palisade Safety Operations V1.
Safety.
Let's keep an eye on these guys.
Just confirming you have that transport on its way for those two patients.
I'm working on that right now, and I'll close the loop with you.
Thank you. Also, contact is 1551 Alpha, 1551 Alpha.
1551 Alpha, I copy.
LA Palisades air attack on D1.
Yeah, we're just trying to favorite the ones that are doing all the monitoring that we're interested in. What is that big cluster of yellow planes lower, below green circling? If we zoom out right here, and you look right here, this big cluster, this is LAX. This is the Los Angeles International Airport. Every plane that is basically powered on, even if it's on a runway or getting ready to take off, is sending a transponder signal.
Attack on D1.
Even if it's just coming into land or it's just getting ready to take off, it's got a signal. So you see all those airplanes. They're not actually in the air.
Air, go for LA County.
The airplanes that are in the air, if you watch just below this.
LA Palisades Air Attack. Just looking on if you were able to get availability for any additional laps.
49 Foxtrot, Branch 5, command.
Planes are flying out to the ocean.
Negative at this time. Most aircraft requests are currently sitting at the NAT.
They're sitting.
Okay, copy
they
that.
fly out to the ocean. They flip a UE and they line up and they come in from the ocean side and land. That's why you see all these planes sort of pretty much going the same direction as they're coming into the airport and landing right there. So that's the flight pattern they're using right now, which keeps them out of the airspace for the fire.
Charlie 5 air attack on the brief.
But I bet the passengers on the left-hand side of the plane get a great view as they come in from
49 Foxtrot, Branch 5, command.
I've heard a couple people say the wind might be letting up. I haven't heard a weather report, though. Great view of the smoke. At night, some of the nighttime pictures of this fire from last night from the people taking off out of LAX, phenomenal. Just city lights right up to the edge of the fire. Let's see, our super scoopers. That's just a commuter jet, but our super scoopers have picked up water and appear to be returning. This is the problem here. You've seen how long they've been in flight, right? You've seen when they took off. Let's see if it gives us a flight time on this one. It's not going to give us a total flight time.
Branch 5 operations on V1.
But it takes a long time for them to go and get water, scoop it up, come and then
Branch
dump
5.
it. They can dump a lot of water, and it's very effective in
Yeah,
that
I
spot.
know you have some of the resources up there on that north side of Palisades Drive. I got an address that we need to check on. We have a couple civilians requesting evacuation help. Stand by for address.
Ready, copy.
17520 West Camino de Yatasto. Y-A-T-A-S-T-O.
This particular plane drops retardant on water.
Repeat the spelling on the last word.
Y-A-T-A-S-T-O. Yankee Alpha Tango Alpha Sierra Tango Oscar.
Branch 5, good copy.
Keisha's like, hey, that plane's from my city. A lot of people helping out. A lot of people from the 5 counties around and possibly further with some of these air assets are moving in to help. This is a very crowded airspace for a fire. Remember that above this, even going up thousands of feet, can be very low visibility because of the smoke. So pilots have to be very aware of who is where and when, and who's headed which direction, because you can't always rely on visual observations from the pilot to see the other planes.
Unit with traffic for Branch 1, repeat.
Operations, Palisade Safety. Go for operations.
One rescue ambulance has been requested to 18850 PCH through dispatch. No ETA, and I passed on all the information.
Copy that. Thank you. Break, Division Mike, Operations V1.
You can see that green line turning yellow for the plane we're tracking right now. That indicates a
Operations from LA City, engine
decrease in
37.
elevation, in altitude.
Go ahead for ops.
Yeah, we're back on the incident. Would you like us to report back to 1041 or to the command post?
Nope, go back to your assignment at 1041.
Roger.
Division Mike, Operations V1.
Lots of planes at this little airport.
1551 Alpha, Operations on V1 command.
Go for 1551 Alpha.
Did you copy that traffic from safety? Rescue ambulance has been requested from LA, and they are responding to that 18850 PCH to you for that 2 patients. It's just unknown ETA.
1551 Alpha copies traffic, unknown ETA. We'll continue to stand by and wait for their arrival.
So this is what happens when a plane lands. It looks like both these super scoopers took off,
Operations for Metro.
possibly refueled or refilled, and then landed again. I'm not sure if it dumped any fire retardant down here. There was some helicopter activity in the same area, so I'm not sure. Proceeded to fly right along Pacific Coast Highway.
We have a citizen who needs assistance with evacuating. Let me know when you're ready for the address.
Go ahead.
This is really steep. Look how steep these
Operations,
mountains
the
are.
address is 465 North Mesa Road. That's 465 North Mesa Road.
Copy 465 North Mesa Road. Assistance with evacuation.
Let's see, North Mesa Road. That's Santa Monica, still on the Palisades fire. To show you where the call that just came in, where they need help for. Here's the Palisades fire, the central location. We were just watching planes over here, quite a ways away. But now they're getting evacuated from right here. So this is still up in the foothills. Tony says, I got a question for you. How can I send you something on X? Tony, I'm on X as, I think it's MD Recovery Addict or something similar to that. The best way is just to tag me in whatever you got if you want to send it publicly, or you can send it to, it's at Recovery Addict and the number 2. At Recovery Addict 2. I don't know why I had chose 2 on the end, because there's just one of me, but at Recovery Addict 2. It's going to be the whole part I followed, not just the part in orange. Need the number 2 on the end. That'll get to me. Let's see.
Call from.
It's me again.
Mathis from Germany. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello. I'm doing well. Still a very busy time of the year for me at work, but making very good progress. I'm calling because of all the, what do you call it in English? The communication between these airplanes. What do you call that medium in English?
radio traffic or
radio traffic? Yeah, that's what you. In German, it's Funk.
Funk. I like that better. Let's go with the German one. The funk between the airplanes.
Yes. So there's all this funky business, and I would like to give you like a quick pitch why I think you might want to reconsider covering the CNN trial. So let me start with
We'll start the 30-second timer.
Okay. So I might need more than one.
Okay.
But basically, I don't think there's substantial politics involvement. It's always going to be, of course, admittedly challenging for the moderators when you're talking about did a news outlet mislead in some way. But it really ultimately, it kind of boils down to ultimately the credibility of the plaintiff, or should I say the main character. Because when I'm watching these airplanes and their pilots being funky with each other, it really has this spy movie feeling where they're using walkie-talkies, they're saying words like copy and over. And let me tell you about all the great things that have been happening in this trial. Day one. So far, only the plaintiff has been on the stand, and he's ex-military, and he's worked in the spy business, and meaning he's worked with the intelligence agencies, and he's talking about how he did extractions and how to get people out of somewhere undetected. He's trying basically, I would call all of these the spy stories. And he's trying to tell all of his great spy stories. Right. And sometimes he gets interrupted with objection. You can't say that. He wasn't there for that part of the secret mission. Or
You've lost me on the analogy here, I have to admit. Are we still talking about the CNN defamation lawsuit?
Yeah, it's about this guy. He tries to help people with things you would see in a spy movie. And the contrast with the legal system is totally amazing, because the lawyers they're making it hard for him to tell his cool stories, and also they're making sometimes there's stuff where I just don't know what to think of it. His testimony started with the usual, to let the jury understand what kind of person you are. And so his lawyer tries to get him to talk about his family, that's his mom, that's his wife, that's his dog. And the defense objects because they wanted to show photos, but apparently these photos were not shared early. So the defense lawyer didn't have those photos during the deposition. And so the argument is, well, you can't introduce them because during the deposition, you could have asked him about his mom, his wife, and his dog, and you would have locked in the story, and now he can tell whatever story he wants. So you can ask him about his wife, his mom, and his dog, but once you start showing pictures, that's really problematic. That's literally what the legal arguments are, while this guy is telling, we were doing these covert operations, we were rescuing people from the Taliban. It's fascinating how these are completely different worlds.
Yeah. I might take a peek at it, but I jumped in just enough.
Day one is pretty good.
I jumped in just enough in chat. I saw where I was watching, saw major non-Pickles discussion.
Yeah, it's a problem because people, they don't listen to the good stuff.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's going to rule it out for me. So.
Yeah, but you should watch at least day one. That's my strong recommendation.
I might watch it on my own, but I wouldn't do it on the channel. So.
All right.
Because Pickles not politics.
Yeah, it might be very difficult.
I can't break the rules. I can't break the rules. I'd get kicked off my own channel. I'd get banned. So,
yeah.
Mathis, thank you very much.
All right. Have a great day.
It was a good pitch. It was a good pitch. I'll give you that. Thank you. We'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Going back to the scanner. Pickles, not politics. That's why we're not following that one. That particular civil suit has too much of political undertones in it. But we will have a case here shortly. Let's see. Brian Anton, thank you for this, Amber. Just
Copy that.
posted
Break
this.
Metro, Palisades ops on D1.
This is landing into Los Angeles.
Palisade ops go for Metro.
I think just minutes ago. If I
Did you
saw
copy that last traffic? We have a Vaughn supermarket on PCH and Sunset requesting if we could send one truck company from LA City just to go over there to handle the sprinkler. We don't want to shut down the water, so they need to make sure Vaughn doesn't let it out.
That is a lot of smoke. He's seeing the end of the smoke. That's going to be the Eaton fire. It sort of blurs with the Palisade fire.
Go over to the Vaughns over at PCH.
Palisades
Copy that,
there
and
on
if
the
they
left.
just relay back to you when it's been mitigated, they're free to go back to jurisdiction, not tied to the incident.
Roger.
Yeah, if you don't follow Brian Anton on Twitter, you're not even on Twitter. He gets to go to all the fun stuff.
Command.
That was just
And Division Juliet, Branch 5, command.
yeah, that was moments ago, within the last 10 or 15
Go ahead,
minutes.
Branch 5. Advise when you're able to copy an address. Go ahead with it. A report of a structure about ready to be involved at 641 North Los Casas Avenue.
I copy 641 North Los Casas.
Affirmative.
This will tell us where 641 Las Casas Avenue, Pacific Palisades. Let's see here on the map if we can find this.
Branch 7, Division Papa, command.
Division Papa Branch 7.
That particular home is
Yeah, where are you at so you can face to face?
it's about $5.5 million on the market.
I'm way up top in Calabasas, headed down to Topanga Canyon. What I need from you is to rendezvous with the water agencies at Station 70 at 14:30 hours and escort them into 2 locations along the PCH.
All right, copy. Water District at 14:30 hours at Station 70. Copy that.
Affirmative.
Palisades air ops, air attack, V1.
This number has jumped.
Drive for LA on V1.
26,000, almost 27,000 acres burning, 55 wildfires. All these little red spots are little spot fires. Some of them were caused by embers jumping. Others were unrelated. Obviously, we have the big 3. We've got the Hearst fire. We've got the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. Olivia's fire is over here. Let's see where. See what these other ones are. Let's see if we can find the one that just formed.
Palisade air ops.
Short while ago.
Palisade air attack on V1.
Oh, there's Freddie. Oh, so the planes did drop by at Freddie. Freddie was right there on the ocean. It was just west of Palisades, not north of it.
Palisades air attack. Go for LA County on V1.
Just passing along information. There's a drone that's been spotted in the Mountain Gate area and northwest area of the fire.
Listen.
Had a close call with the Helco.
Did you hear that? They have to ground planes if they see drones.
Palisades Operations LA V1. You copy all traffic?
They had a close call with an air
Correction,
ops.
that was northeast section of the fire, not northwest.
LA copies northeast.
There is a TFR. You're not allowed to fly there.
LA V1.
They have to ground their aircraft if there are drones flying around because it's not safe. A drone can bring down an airplane.
Yeah, operations from LA City Battalion 9 on command. Where's your staging location? Is that at Zuma?
Yeah, affirmative. If you have resources that need to check in, pretty much getting assigned right now. As they come in and find planning ops and check in, go through that process, and then everything's getting pretty much farmed out to divisions in need.
Yeah, copy that. So staging in Will Rogers is shut down.
It's still being utilized by, I think, the branches and divisions, but we don't have an active
area. There's probably a high level of interest from people in the area to see if their home is still standing. My guess is that drone was launched for that very purpose, just to try to see what happened in my neighborhood. But it's highly illegal.
Metro, go ahead for LA County.
And it could jeopardize the safety of not just the firefighters, but everyone they're trying to save.
We have reports of 2 people that are trapped and the house is on fire. Let me know when you're ready for the address.
Go ahead for operations for the address.
Operations, the address is 17523 West Camino de Yatasto. That's 17523 West Camino de Yatasto.
This is, oh man, this is another one of those areas that should have evacuated.
17523 West Camino de Yatasto.
This is in that same neighborhood where
Operations, that's correct.
Where it's elite enough that Google Earth is not able
Operations
to.
from 1880
show
Charlie.
Here's the entrance to that neighborhood that these people are trapped in right now. That's their entrance. Now I realize some people may have financial or health concerns and unable to evacuate. But if you live in this neighborhood, it's not a financial concern.
That address they just gave is in Division Zulu, and right now it's a wall of fire wrapping all the way through that community. We're going to do fire front following. We're going to get it back in there as soon as we can.
They can't help. They can't help.
I copy. Once you can get in there and assess that, let us know.
Copy. Can you give me the physical numbers again?
It's too late.
17523 West Camino.
So let me show you this.
Box copy. 11423. We'll go back in and evaluate.
Let's leave the
7593 to hit that vegetation.
Okay, the call that came in was right here. The people that say there are 2 people trapped in a house that is currently on fire. This entire neighborhood, that is where the gate is. That's as far as you can go. I just showed you the gate right down here. This entire gated community, which is the top of the top up of the canyon above Pacific Palisades. These are the elite homes. They didn't leave. They didn't evacuate. And now you just heard, that they're saying, hey, we need help evacuating. They can't. It's a wall of fire around that community. They say we're going to have to fight the fire first and then see if we can go in. And for those 2 individuals, sadly, it may be too late.
1075 Alpha on command.
Is wild. See if we can see what activity is happening in that area with air traffic.
Yankee Zulu, 1075 Alpha on command.
Okay, so this is the area right here. We're looking right up here in this neighborhood. This is where the home was that was requesting help. Look at these numbers. These are large properties. This is large estates, very, very elite. It's carved out of the mountain itself. Lots of vegetation, unfortunately, right up to the houses in this area as well. And I'm not seeing any helicopters currently in this area. If you look, we've got one over here. Got one over here. There's nobody making water drops right here. The place where they just called in, they're stuck. They can't get in. The firefighters can't get out. What do the numbers mean? Those are like lot identifiers to show there's different properties. There's a number for each property area or an address. They all have basketball courts and swimming pools. The problem is if a fire gets that thick and smoke is heavy, especially low to the ground, which it is when it's windy, you can suffocate from smoke inhalation without the fire actually being a threat to you physically. You might be far away. The flames will never touch you. The heat, it's warm in the air, but it's not going to burn you, and you can suffocate from smoke inhalation. So just being able to jump in the pool is not enough.
Branch 10, air attack on command, repeat.
Man, that is tragic. Why would they wait? Looks like they've swapped out some of the air assets that have been traveling around the area. Got some new planes that are coming into circle. This is one of them. The Freddy fire is, I believe, up here. Not sure if it's right here. It's right along the Pacific Coast Highway.
Palisades fire, branch 7 or branch 10. Palisades air attack on command.
I think Freddy's right here.
Branch 7.
Good afternoon, Air Attack 5-2 coming in as relief air attack. Is air to ground working for you guys today?
No. No, it's not.
I haven't been hearing much.
That's a problem.
Copy. Can we switch over to the CDF air to ground 6? Give it a trot.
Affirm, standby.
When did these fires start? They started yesterday. Yesterday, probably morning, I think, or midday. They knew that there would be a serious danger.
1075 Alpha, Yankee Zulu on command.
Because we had the weatherman basically saying, look, we've got hot temperatures, it's very dry.
75 Alpha.
We've got a drought going on right now.
I can copy that phone number and try to find service.
And very high winds.
You can disregard. I'll reach out to you a little later.
Yeah, copy.
It's all good. Thank you. Appreciate you. Mods are working overtime here. Thanks, guys. I'll stay in freezing Michigan with the grumpy judges. I watched my childhood home burn down 10 years ago, and it was devastating. The Santa Ana winds that were worse than normal. Yeah, if dry, hot winds and fire, It doesn't mix. It's like if you've ever been to a blacksmith and watched them use a bellows on the fire, where they have that little pump where they're pumping the air through a little nozzle, and it's just like that is the weather. That's the weather in California right now. It's just nature has a massive bellows on these 2 fires, or 4 fires now. 155,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders. Sadly, for the people we just heard, they were ordered to leave and didn't, and now it's too late. The fire department basically said that it's too bad. We can't fight in that area. This may be our new air attack plane that just radioed in and said he was coming into the area, doing some checking on the air to grounds channel, which we have heard some calls on one way, but no responses. So there's definitely a mismatch in the radios somehow. That'll probably be worked out in the post-ops. The lessons learned in the days and weeks to come. Just a Girl Baking. They're now on their own. It's what you have. It's your wits. It's your skill. It's whatever can keep you alive. You hope that you're in a home that's constructed out of material that doesn't burn, say like cinder block. You lay low, breathe through wet towels, do what you can to try to keep the oxygen and stay alive until the fire blows over. They can't just drive. The streets are blocked off. The roads are too smoky. It's possible that there are downed trees and burning trees and wires in the road. That's why the evacuation orders came out when they did, to get people out of there. And the sad part is, I mean, no amount of money can fix that.
Operation V1.
These are very wealthy homes. These are people with the resources to be able to pay for
I got another address.
special treatment. But
fire. We need to respond to the units and investigate.
Is that 641 North Los Casas?
That is it. Thank you.
Okay, I already have a resource en route to check it.
Got it. Thanks.
Foxtrot.
I did evacuations for an emergency event where there was a burning butane tanker one time, which could explode at any moment. And so very quickly they needed people to go door to door and get people out of the neighborhood. And you would be surprised at no matter how urgent we were and no matter how much authority our message was authorized by, with the sheriff, the police chief, the mayor, whoever else had said to get out, how many people are like, nah, we're good, we're probably fine. And I was in an area where this gas is flowing to before the fire had started. They just knew it was going to light. It was just a matter of time. We've got a gas leak from this massive butane tanker. They can't close it. It's just a matter of time before butane finds a spark, and it did. It went probably, I don't know, half a mile away before it lit, and then it raced back and lit the butane tanker on fire. And people just didn't want to leave. And you're knocking on the door, and you're begging them, saying, look, all you have to lock your house. You're fine. Just go a quarter mile away to this church. Just get out of this valley. And they wouldn't. And the worst part is, turns out their house didn't burn. And so next time something goes wrong, they're like, yeah, we've heard that before. We didn't have to leave last time either. And now it's going to be worse next time.
Operations, Division Juliet, on command. Operations, Juliet, on command.
You should never have fire teams calling operations and not getting an answer. We're hearing this all day long.
418 from 40 Alpha.
The communications have broken down in this fire.
Juliet, Branch 5, can I help with something?
Just got another minor contact medical. They're going to require a ground ambulance.
I copy. I'll see if I can raise them and get you to contact you. Break. Operations, Branch 5, command.
They're calling operations. They're calling basically the command center, saying, "Hey, we need help." You know, it's like, imagine if the Apollo's up there flying around the moon and they're having trouble. Like, Houston, we have a problem.
Operations, Branch 5, I command.
Houston, you there? This is Apollo. Over. Houston, can you? Is this thing on? That's the equivalent of what we have going on right now. You've got fire teams on the ground with injured people trying to coordinate. In this case, an ambulance to pick up a ground ambulance to pick up somebody who's injured, and nothing.
Operations, Branch 5, on command with the line emergency.
With a line emergency, we have a firefighter who's fighting the front line. He's injured. We need support. Operations, are you there?
Branch 5, Safety McNamara on command. Anything I can help you with?
This is somebody else.
Yeah, Division Juliet's trying to report a line emergency.
Copy, stand by, let me try to raise operations. Operations back, Safety McNamara.
This is the third person who's trying to pass the message on, and operations is not responding.
Team 2 Safety McNamara on command.
This means the command structure is broken down.
Trap 5, Palisade Safety. Over, getting the information from you, I'll forward it.
All the other teams can hear it, but operations is not in communication with their teams.
Safety McNamara, Palisade Safety, command.
Go ahead.
Unit calling for IWI. Operations on B1.
Operation Safety McNamara is coming from Branch 5.
Hey, Juliet, Branch 5.
Go ahead.
Hey, operations is up. Go direct operations now.
Oh, they turned their radio on.
Operations, Juliet, ready to copy line information.
Traffic broken, repeat.
I have a line emergency minor. This is a green medical. How do you copy?
This is terrible. operations can't hear. They have no radio ears.
Operations, Division Juliet, how do you copy?
I got you. Go ahead with traffic.
Okay. I got a green medical for some eye irritation and a minor burn to the left leg. Location of the patient will be Will Rogers, State Beach, the south parking lot. Break. Patient is 46-year-old male, is a fire captain with Los Angeles City Fire Department. Point of contact will be Task Force 1041. I just need an ALS ground ambulance to Will Rogers, State Beach, the south end.
Division Juliet, operations, I copy. Green, line emergency, eye irritation and minor burn to leg. Will Rogers, South Lot, 46-year-old male, captain from LA Fire Department, Task Force 1041.
Weezer, thank you for the super chat. Michael, answer your question second. Nana.
Copy that. Break. Palisade Safety Operations, B1.
Operations Palisade Safety copies all your traffic. I will be placing the order now.
That guy right there?
Copy, thank you. Confirmed. Can you put that on the notification?
That's what operations should sound like.
Affirmative.
Operations should have the best antenna, the strongest radio, and the best ears for the whole thing. Having some guy with a walkie-talkie in operations being like,
I'm on
can you
scene with
repeat?
that
Can't
engine
hear
company.
that.
Rescue Medic 68 from LA City is on scene with him as well.
Okay, and confirming still a need for an additional resource as requested.
Michael.
Yeah, let me try to sort this out and I'll get back to you.
I'm on Los Angeles County Fire V1.
Palisade Safety.
Which is covering the Palisades fire. V3 is covering the Eaton fire. We covered that one this morning. This is a breakdown in communications. And I say this, I'm a ham radio operator. Okay, I've done...
Division Charlie, 2801 Alpha, command.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just keyed up my radio, which legally I have to identify my call sign when I do that. So I had to identify. I'm a ham radio operator. I've done this. I've done communications for wildland fires because the local equipment doesn't work. They can call in ham radio operators to run the communication center, just to do nothing but relay messages back and forth. The Aries system, they're people who literally train every month to do nothing but communications. It's a volunteer group. It's free.
2801 Alpha.
You say the word, and you have teams of people with more money and gear than they know what to do with, who would be willing to step in and help in this situation. And instead, we've got 10 minutes to reach operations from Team Juliet. To say we've got an injured fire captain who's burned and he's got some eye injury. Can we please send an ambulance? Infrastructure is bad, but there's a quick fix. I mean, I kid you not. I'm not just tooting my horn. They say when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, right? But in this situation, where they are having problems communicating, we already heard from the airplane that just came in, the new plane that just flew in and said, "Hey, I'm just taking over. Have you guys been having trouble with operations to air communication? Can we test that?" Because the last plane just told me that they couldn't reach anybody. And they're like, "Yeah, we haven't heard anything." That's a problem. That needs to be fixed. There are messages that need to go back. There are people at risk. There are structures at risk. There are people's lives at risk where this communication has to occur. And if you don't have that system set up, it needs to be fixed right now. And you can fix it by employing ham radio operators to do some of this work using their equipment on your frequencies. And they have the technology and the ability to do it.
Metro Fire Communications.
When all you have is a ham radio, everything looks like yeah.
Alpha Metro. Information only. Truck 37 mitigated the water flow issue at PCH and Sunset at the Bonds. It was outside sprinklers going off.
Copy, thank you.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating. What is a ham radio? A ham radio is also known as an amateur radio. It's a radio. These are ham radios. I have about 7 of these plus a couple base stations. These radios are able to communicate using a variety of frequencies. This one happens to be a tri-bander, so there are 3 different bands. Imagine like FM radio is all one band, so a range of frequencies. FM radio, I think, is from 88 megahertz up to about 107 megahertz. These will talk from about 144 megahertz up to 146, and from 440 to 446. And I think I've got, I don't know what the third band is on this one. I haven't used the third one yet. But they have a different little slice of the radio spectrum where they can talk, and you can modify these or other ones to use the same frequencies that government radios use, which allows you to use much more power than the government radio is allowed to use. You can only do that in an emergency. It's a felony if you do it any other time. But in a situation like this, where you've got an airplane circling over a fire, saying, "Command, can you hear me? We're trying to get a message. Command, are you there?" And they can't reach them because the signal won't get to the airplane, because of terrain, because of the antenna location, whatever. Yeah. All right. You have to have an operator's license for a ham radio. You do. There's a multiple choice test. You have to get 80% or better. I did that. My wife did that. We both are ham radio operators. We both have licenses. I don't share my call sign because my call sign is attached to my address. And I don't give that out. But we're both, in our case, we're both technician licenses, which doesn't require Morse code or anything. Yellowstone's a tough one. It's really big, and they don't have a lot of repeaters inside the park. I would recommend a mobile radio for that, which is like a CB type radio. But if you can get a ham radio license, I would get a mobile rig with an antenna. This puts out 10 watts. A mobile rig can put out 50 to 100 watts, and you'll just get a lot better reach with a mobile rig in a vehicle. Anything by ICOM,
Yankee Zulu, branch 10 on command.
They're all good. Alita, congratulations. I have not studied that far. I'm going to go for my general here in a little bit. Okay, they're still trying to reach command once again, and command is not responding. It took 3 people trying to raise them, and eventually one person used an alternate communication method other than the radio system, which they're all carrying, to reach command to get them to listen to answer.
6840 Alpha from Uniform Victor. Stack.
That little echo you hear there is when one person with a radio is talking and they're too close to another person who is listening on the same frequency, and it provides a little loop echo back and a squeal sometimes.
Operations Palisade Safety.
That's the way they're doing. They're saying, "Hey, operations, this is Palisade Safety. Are you there?" And what you're hearing right now is crickets from operations.
Division Juliet, Palisade Safety.
Go ahead, safety.
Juliet's listening. They're the people who
I
need
placed
the
the order
ambulance.
via landline with LA City. They advised me that they do have a RA unit en route with a short ETA. They are confirming that, and they will get back to me. We'll be sure to close the loop, but you should have a resource there shortly.
Teresa, thank you very much.
Copy, safety. Thank you.
The ham radio license is good for 10 years. I think it was a 30. I think it was a $35 testing fee, and that covers the application as well.
Branch 1, Heavy Equipment 1.
And then you can renew it for, I think, free.
Heavy Equipment 1, Branch 1, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Currently, Giuseppe Camp is being impacted by a large fireball. The dozer line is currently holding. We do have a couple spots that are starting to back over the Sullivan Fire Road. So I'm working with Helco right now to try to keep that thing buttoned up, but I'll keep you posted.
It's never good when they say fireball.
Branch 1 copies all.
Man. So no water and no communications. There are reports of some people saying they never got the evacuation notice. I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Zulu, Branch 10 on command.
It's a mess. But what would be tragic, though, is if we find out where there were lives lost, especially in areas where they had the resources to be able to get out without a problem. Are the radios and equipment expensive? No.
Ops for Metro Fire Communications.
If you don't mind buying Chinese brands, which are remarkably good, believe it or not, radios like this Baofeng, I think runs about $15.
Ops for Metro Fire Communications.
That's $15, and it can talk 20 miles without a problem.
Ops from MFC, we're getting a report at 539 Rustic Road of a possible person trapped with the home on fire. 539 Rustic Road.
Yeah, copy that. 539 Rustic Road. Thank you. Branch 1, operations, D1.
Operations, Branch 1, go ahead.
This is by the Will Rogers State
Copy
Beach.
that traffic. We have a report of structure on fire with a person trapped at 539 Rustic Road.
539 Rustic Road, right down here. Just off the beach, to give you a view.
Branch 1 copies, 539 Rustic Road. I'll be investigating.
This is going to be a tough one for firefighters. A narrow road, big trees. Might be hard to get down there just because the fire could be so close to the road.
Division Juliet, Palisade Safety.
Go ahead for Juliet.
I close the loop with dispatch. You currently have Rescue 68 treating the patient, and Rescue 43 will be arriving any minute.
Rescue 43, I copy.
The ICOM 7300 is a really nice radio. It is a base station. If you're looking into that one, Shelley, it's a nice radio, but it does what's called HF, which is it uses frequencies and powers that allow you to talk around the world using radio signals that skip off the layers of the atmosphere, as well as off the ocean, sometimes off the moon, and allow you to talk around the world. Nice radio. It's only 100 watts, which is on the lower end for HF radio, but so it's like an entry-level HF, but you can still talk long distances, the right conditions around the world. The QSL cards, those are awesome. Not many people do those anymore. Is CB similar to ham radio? Very similar, other than ham radio is regulated heavily. You have to have a license, first of all. You're not allowed to do anything with it commercially. So I couldn't use this and say, hey, I've got a business. I'd like you to come down and everything's on sale. Get here early. That would be against the rules. I could not do something like that. I can't receive payment for anything I do using ham radio. It is a hobby by by legislation, and it has to stay that way. Because it is a hobby, we are allowed to do some things that companies that produce end-user products can't. We can do testing. We can do various types of transmissions. We can send slow scan television and Morse code and voice and auto range positionings messages back and forth. We can do a lot of things that allow us some flexibility as well. How to get a license? There are free tests. All the test questions are published word for word. You can, if you're really good at memorizing, I think there's like 600 questions in the test pool, and you just use flashcards until you memorize them all, and then you can go and pass the test. Or you could just learn some of the theory. A lot of it is common sense.
Division Yankee Zulu, Branch 10 on TAC, for correction on command.
Some of it, some regulations on what frequencies you're allowed to use, what powers you're allowed to use. Some of the laws related to ham radios. Safety issues with antennas and radiation from antennas. A little handy talkie like this one here. If I were to key up the radio, which is push the transmit button, next to a fluorescent tube, the radiation from this antenna would light up the tube wherever the antenna touched the light, even if it wasn't plugged in. So there is power that comes off these, and you have to, be aware of that and know that it can't be healthy for long periods of time, especially under higher power. I don't know Morse code. It's not required anymore. What do I use it for? I'm in a group called the Raleigh Coordinating Council, and we cover emergency communications in the Raleigh area, almost out to the ocean. We don't cover the ocean, but I'm about as far east as we cover. Just any emergency events that happen there, we relay informations back and forth and practice once a month. $15 for the test, $35 for the FCC license. Okay, so $50 will get you going. You'll spend more on your license than on your first radio. It is a lot of fun, and if you're in an area where there are other ham radio operators, you'll find that you can make some friends pretty quickly with some fun people. Let's check in on a few other things. Let's see if we can get some updates. Does anyone know if when they're going to do their next update from the fire? Is it just a daily presser, or are we going to get one tonight?
Branch 10, 9440 Charlie on command. Do you have traffic?
Looks like the Franklin Elementary School in Altadena burned about 3 hours ago today. It was on fire. Cajun Navy, United Cajun Navy, one of the great support crews who does so much good work after the hurricanes, is monitoring this as well to see if they can come in and help. Looks like they're going to be sending supplies to the victims as well for this Palisades fire. Big shout out to the United Cajun Navy. Aldi store burned in Altadena, not far from the elementary school. See if CAL FIRE has any updates. No, this is not a...
Branch 10, 9440 Charlie on command.
No, that's the wrong count.
And relay to you and the other Charlie that there's a Type 1 water tender stage down at County Fire Station 69 on Topanga. I copy, thanks. We got some pretty decent water sources in most of the structures with the pools for now, but I'll pass it on. Appreciate it.
With the pools?
Yeah, for you at 9240, thanks.
Getting water from people's pools.
Branch 7 operations on B1.
It reached Camp Josepha.
Branch 7.
I got something for you to check out on evacuations when you're ready to copy a zone. And do you have the ability to pull Genesis up?
Negative. I'm down in Topanga. Let me gain some elevation. I'll hit you back.
They're having trouble with communications because of elevation, because of terrain. When all else fails, ham radio
Palisades
doesn't.
operations, LA on V1 when able.
On September 11th, ham radio was the only reliable way to get messages in and out. When the space shuttle broke up on reentry, the area, recovery area, was so large.
Evacuation zone number, and then do you have the ability to pull Genesis up?
The area was so large, only ham radio operators could cover the distance and keep the teams communicating.
I'm only
with each
catching
other.
every third word. Genesis in an evacuation zone. Can you give me an area?
Do you have cell coverage?
Negative.
Palisades operations, LA on V1.
Go ahead for operations.
Palisades operations, just situational awareness. Brush fire reported 68th district. Near 4210 Prado de los Pajeros. They're going to be running the incident on V4.
There's another fire, and now they've got a separate channel. They're going to be monitoring that one on V4.
Operations, copy.
So new fires still sparking, just stretching their resources even further. This radio feed is coming from my radio scanner app. This is the Los Angeles County Fire. V1 is what we're on right now, which is the Palisade Fire. V3 is the Eaton Fire.
Disregard for now. Place a call to my cell when you get a chance.
Copy, 10 minutes.
Broadcastify is really good. As a matter of fact, most of the radio apps, the scanner apps you find online, will be connected to the streams you find on Broadcastify. If you're into monitoring police and fire and any sort of radio traffic like that, and you have a scanner that you listen to, if you connect it to the internet, you can, with a few steps, you can get your channel published on Broadcastify. And if an incident happens, it's sort of like the lottery. Whoever's scanner is actually capturing all this, first of all, they've got a great location because we're hearing all the traffic. Even when they can't talk to each other, we can hear both sides.
Operations, Branch 1 on command.
You get credit or money towards additional scanner equipment from a scanner store based on how many people are listening to your channel simultaneously. So that's how Broadcastify rewards people for posting feeds.
Go ahead for operations.
A resources search 539 Rustic, unable to locate anyone in that structure.
Larry, I've been listening to police scanners since I was a kid.
Confirming that was the one off of Rustic.
I love doing it. It helps.
That's affirmative.
It helps when there's not a strong accent that I have to decipher as well. I'm not as good at that.
I copy. And was anybody able to check with 17523 West Camino?
Unsure, that's over in, I believe, Juliet.
Copy.
Just wondering about those two. Did they get there yet? As far as the planes, they looked like they landed. I didn't see them take off again. They were up here just north of the area. Let's see if they're on the ground. The scoopers are what we're talking about, right? They might have turned off their transponders or taken off again. Didn't I have them on favorites? I think I had them on favorites. I don't know where my favorites went. Custom, no. Here are my bookmarks. Well, bookmarks disappeared as well. We'll have to look. I'll have to figure out how to find them. Okay, we've got a heli, another helicopter. This is a black helicopter with no registration. This is a government helicopter, no registration available. Just flying over the area, checking things out. Nothing suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Division, Papa, Branch 7.
Meant the two people stuck in the house? No. The two people stuck in the house, they called and asked for help getting out of their house. They were up here in this neighborhood, which is a gated community up at the top of the hill, top of the canyon, straight north of, well, Pacific Palisades. Just all the way up here at the very top. No Google Earth or no Google Street View available here. They called from this area, said, we need help. Our house is on fire. We can't get out. Come rescue us. The house is worth millions. And the fire response was, that area is surrounded by a wall of fire. We can't get in. We'll have to just fight the fire. And if it dies down, then we'll go check it out. So they're, as far as I know, still there and hopefully okay. Thomas, my friend, how are you doing? You're live on the air. Is that okay?
Oh, that's fun. I didn't expect it, but sure.
We're watching the fire here in California and listen to radio traffic.
Oh, gosh. I will say I wasn't in chat today, but I had you on the vast majority of the morning. So watching the coverage and everything that was going on. So what a terrible situation they're facing out there.
Yeah. Those winds are just, I mean, it's like a bellows on a fire. And the distance that a coal, I mean, it could go a mile or more. A little spark in the air before it lands and starts another fire. But it's just crazy.
Yeah, the embers with the Santa Ana winds are a big issue. It's growing up out in that area, we always knew when the Santa Anas were coming in, what to expect. Fire danger always went up and became real. And I lived through a few, never lost a home like some of those poor folks, but I did leave for a hockey tournament. My parents couldn't go, so I traveled with a teammate of mine. And when we got off the plane in Los Angeles, the team manager said, hey, you have to stay with us up here in Los Angeles for a little bit. You can't go home. And I said, well, why is that? He said, well, because your family's been evacuated. They've been in a hotel for the past 4 or 5 days. And
they just didn't bother telling you. Like, everyone's safe. I want you to focus on the game.
That's what it was. They're like, we needed you to focus on the tournament. We didn't want to scare you. So I did. I had to stay with them for about a week and a half before I could make the 2.5 hours back down south to San Diego. And it was the most eerie thing in the world of coming home to a bluebird day, beautiful skies and 75 degrees, no wind, and everything black and gone and decimated. I could see views I had never seen before because things were gone.
Yeah.
And
all the vegetation and buildings have been raised.
Exactly. Because we lived in kind of similar like terrain that you're seeing on the news with the canyons and whatnot. And there were some homes that were built up on the hill behind us and gone. I remember specifically one, all I could see was foundation and a chimney when I got home up there. Man, it's so sad.
Man. Well, what can I do for you? How are you doing? We've got a podcast tomorrow we're planning on, which I'm so excited for, 8 p.m. tomorrow. But other than that,
I was giving you a shout to talk a little bit about the rundown for the podcast, but we can't do that now because you're live.
We would spoil it. I can take it off the air. Everyone in chat wants to say hi, by the way. So hello to Thomas from chat.
Awesome. Hi, chat. I apologize. I haven't been in chat at all, just with the life changes. Things are busy. I haven't been in front of electronics for quite some time in the past week, on and off. So I've tuned into the show and I've got to listen. I had you in the car on the way to the grocery store today, so I could listen as well. But,
rumor is you spent some quality time in front of a Traeger grill.
Pit boss.
Pit boss.
So
Okay, so same difference, right? But
I'm standing next to it right now as it warms up.
I can hear a little sizzle in the background.
Yep, firing it up. So our friend got one, and I was always kind of intimidated to get behind one and start cooking on it, even though I love all types of cooking myself. And he showed me his and how he used it when he made a tri-tip, I think. This was a couple weeks ago.
Good stuff.
So I fell in love with it, and I wanted the same one he had because he just basically taught me how to use it. And I ran up to the local sporting goods store, and they had his exact same one on sale. And that was New Year's Day. So I gave myself a little early birthday gift, and I have cooked on it every single night since. So now I have a streak that I can't break.
Yeah. You'll have to do the whole year. It's like a New Year's resolution. I think once you get to like 20 days, then it's a habit and you'll just do it out of reflex.
That's my good friend said he's buying stock in wood pellets right now.
That is awesome. That's really cool.
I'm going to figure out tomorrow though, because I have, I've got a business call late in the afternoon. And then with the podcast, I don't know if I can squeeze in some smoking in between, but we'll see what I can do.
I would hate to get in the way. You can always podcast from out there. Just bring your phone, set it up next to the grill, and let us smell it occasionally, and it'll be great. Joyce says she turned down my volume so my husband doesn't buy another grill.
That's my brother-in-law has 3. When I sent him a picture of my new pit boss, all excited, he goes, "Awesome, I have 3." I went, "Okay, show off." So
that's cool.
I'm excited. It's been great. I've learned you can cook all sorts of stuff, including a frozen pizza, which you don't smoke it because you have to cook it at such a high temperature.
Right.
But just because of the natural flavors and everything you've cooked prior, it did come out much better than putting it in the oven. So I will keep doing that for sure.
Man, sounds delicious. Do you want me to take the call off the air for a bit, or?
Yeah, if you want to, just for a brief moment. I won't take too much of your time so you can get back to your show, but that would be perfect.
All right, stand by. I'll be right back, guys.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction? In front of the Walmart.
Alex stole it as well.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Have them send someone with more experience.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
I'm not a cat. I'm not a camel.
I see what you guys are doing there. Somebody asked for this sound effect.
Because we here in Canada hate you.
There you go. Just saw this coming across on Twitter right now with some of the view Let's see here who's sharing this. This was the LA Times put this one out from one of their photographers, Wally. Looks like Wally's the photog that captured this one. This is this looks like something out of a movie. Just unbelievable. Look at the wind that's driving these sparks. The reason you're getting those streaks is because they're just blowing so fast. That is, you're basically standing in the fire. The power lines are on fire. The plastic wrap on the power lines are on fire. Do you know how hot it has to be? Just for an example, if you've ever had a campfire, right? And anyone who's been around a campfire has played with fire, and put a stick in the fire and then you take it out. The stick dies down. Like you try to keep it burning, it just goes out. There's not enough heat around it, reflected heat, to keep that burning. And here, the power lines that far away from the fire are all burning and staying lit. That is hot. That is hot, hot, hot. That was the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu right there, as a fire truck goes by my house outside. There's a video, it's 2 hours ago. That's the scooper truck, or the scooper planes, the two planes that we saw. There's the video of them picking up water out in the ocean when we saw them drop out there and refill. So that's what they were doing. That was over by the Freddy fire. We knew that's what they were doing, the super scooper. Yeah, this looks like Hollywood. It looks like a movie scene from a movie I don't want to be in or probably even watch. Great footage there, unbelievable. So much red, so much fire. I mean, KTLA, great pictures from their photographer as well. Unknown number of homes and other structures have been lost. It was last mapped at just under 3,000 acres, but it's probably much, much bigger. Once again, there's a fire map that shows where the red is the edge of the fire, the limits of where it has burned. I think with the yellow being the active fire area. But 190,000 customers without power. Let me check and see if V4, the new fire, has a radio channel up yet. Browse all by area: United States, California, Los Angeles County. Long Beach Fire 2 and 3. There's V1, V2, V3, V4. Here's V4. This is the new fire, if it's got anything. We'll listen in on this for just a moment. This one just barely popped up. If they can knock this one down, it was 2 acres when it first started and racing uphill. I'd rather be day working. Good to have you here. Welcome. But I'm on the volunteer wildlife department, and we've been receiving a ton of texts here in Wyoming with the high winds. Just saw a post about civilian ham radio operators. They are helping. That is awesome. That is absolutely incredible. If you can take a firefighter away from sitting at a desk copying down notes and let them operate the equipment that they're trained and specialized and able to utilize, let a ham radio guy take the notes and transfer the messages back and forth. They're really, really good at that. 1.5 million without power. Who says I'm showing more than 1.5 million customers without power in California, including almost 1 million in Los Angeles County, as several fires burned to the area. So this is the old one, and then 15 minutes ago that number has ballooned. A lot of those power outages, they said, were caused by them shutting off the power lines for their own safety. Amid the destruction, here's KTLA. They talked to a resident who just grabbed some family pictures and evacuated. How's that for a sunrise? That is a sunrise picture. ABC News shares over LA. Whoa. Sarah Beth, I can only share what I'm familiar with. There's the Franklin Elementary School. We told you that one burned in Altadena, as well as, I think, another structure nearby. No more school there for a while, at least. I can only share what I'm really familiar with. So, let's see. Let me go back to V1. I'm not hearing anything on V3.
Can you tell me what channel that is?
V1.
Brush 19, branch 5 on V1.
Branch 5, we can send an engine company up to 750 Palisades Drive. There is a house well involved, exposing another row.
Hey, Brush 19, try me on TAC. TAC 25, V-Fire 25.
Wow.
Copy, V25.
Let's see. 750 Palisades Drive is what he just said we were looking at. They're sending somebody with a home on fire in this area. I'm just showing you this to give you an idea of where the edge of the active fire is. Here's the Palisades fire up here in the top corner. This is where that family was, or the couple was that, so they were trapped and the firemen couldn't get to them. This is down lower in the canyon, but still, closer down to the ocean. So they're asking for a truck to go up there. We'll take a look around the roads. Very nice, very beautiful. Once again, lots of vegetation to burn. This is wonderful for a fire. That's everything a fire needs to spread through this area. That would be very difficult to fight, very difficult to get trucks and equipment and to put those out. Almost has to be an air attack for those.
And branch 5, branch 1 on. Branch 5.
Could you meet me?
Hang on a sec.
DC2, branch 1, go ahead.
The app I use, let me see if I can show you this.
Yeah. Make your Will Rogers area.
Will Rogers area. The app I use is called Scanner Radio. Right there. Do you see that app? Scanner Radio. That's what it looks like. It's free. I got the free version. I don't pay for it.
Branch 5, you're covered. I repeat. In 20 minutes. Hey.
I like that app because you can search both by area. So you can say, I know I'm looking for this country, this state, this county, this city, and look for the radio stations of that area. You can also say search by event or show me the most popular thing. And right now,
branch 1, branch
5,000 some odd people
in your last transmission to
are
me.
listening to this channel. So if you want to listen there, you can do that.
Station. Yeah, you broke again. Didn't copy.
This is
Could you meet me? Staging area.
Meet me, staging area. You should copy that. Meet the
Can
stage.
you repeat the staging area? It's the Baywatch.
Meet me at Baywatch.
You're breaking. Just confirming, is it the ICP from yesterday? Firm.
Okay, ICP is Incident Command Post.
Copy en route.
Those are typically the areas where they set up staging areas. They'll have food, they'll have resources, they'll have the big trucks, the RVs that are set up, large antennas, camera systems, and sometimes they'll have that'll be a PIO spot where the news will interact with the public information officer.
It'd probably be faster if you just come down here.
That is terrible. It would probably be faster if you physically walk to me and tell me the message than send it over the radio.
Palisades operations, air attack on command.
Okay, Palisades operations. The plane is trying. The plane that's fighting the fire is trying to reach operations right now. Let's see if we get anything other than crickets. What's wrong with text messages is the ability to have multiple people listen or to send a message to somebody you don't know.
Operations, air attack on command.
Operations has no radio. This is so bad. Cricket noise makes me sleepy. I saw that, Amy, that they're saying about 5 people have perished so far. That is terrible. 1 is too many. I realize this is, this is extreme. This was, it's always unexpected when it happens to you. But what app is the flight tracker? I use Flight Radar 24, and this is, let me see if I might be able to get you a discount. Hold on one second. Let's see here if it'll let me share. Press and media. So on the subscription plans, I pay $12.99 a year for that, and it takes out the ads. It gives me 90 days of history. I can create 10 bookmarks. I can do the 3D view, so if you wanted to see what it sort of would look like if you were up there in the plane, I can do that. But it doesn't give me air traffic control boundaries, cloud layers, things like that.
Ops from Metro Fire Communications. Ops from Metro Fire Communications. Information on emergency trigger activation from engine 8140 hydrant member with no response.
Okay, what they have there is firefighters. There's some sort of trigger.
Yeah, engine 881.
There's some sort of trigger, and I'm not familiar with this equipment, but there's something that can either be triggered physically or is automatically triggered if it reaches a fail-safe point that alerts the command center that there's a problem with the truck, and that's happened. So either it's like somebody bumps their robbery button under the desk at the bank. It's that sort of alert, but it's for somebody out in the field. So now they're calling, checking on that, and they said we tried to reach the truck, and there was no response. If they don't move it,
Branch 10, Branch 7.
They're just sleeping right now. They're tired. They've been working forever.
Confirming you're hearing air attack on air to ground 6. I was unable. I copy. Can you pass along to Yankee Zulu? He's bringing in a air to ground 6 for.
We got 2 people trying to talk at the same time. They call it doubled or stepping on someone on the radio traffic. And that problem is caused when you have too many people in the same channel trying to use it for communication.
Operations 1880 Charlie.
Go for operations.
Operations 80 Charlie. If you are made aware of it, 8140 had an emergency trigger activation. It's a false.
False trigger. Okay. Everything's good.
Copy, active and activation. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, it's one room in the back. If we could get water in the vent, we can probably stop it.
Operation.
I don't remember what this was about. You'll have to remind me. I'm guessing this is a higher end home. It's not your average Genie garage door opener. Oh, the makeup tutorial. Oh, that was fun.
Metro Palisades operations on you.
Wasn't that with Judge Simpson? How close is this area to Montecito? Let me look for you. I don't know the area very well, so let's do. Google Maps. Let's get directions from Montecito to Palisades. Montecito to Los Angeles. All right, let me bring this over and show you. Montecito actually is very close. This is extremely close to Montecito. As a matter of fact, I think if we look at, let me jump over to a different view. I think the Freddy Fire is up by Montecito. Show us the...
And 9240 Charlie trainee, Division 2605.
Okay, let's zoom in on these fires again. Oops.
Palisades operations.
Here's our Palisades fire
on
right
command.
here. You got Malibu and show me Montecito here.
And 9240 Charlie trainee, Division 26.
2605, 40 Charlie trainee, go ahead.
Can you place a call to myself?
Affirmative.
Looking for Montecito. Why did it escape me?
Division Alpha, air
Is it
attack
after
on
the
air
point?
ground, or correction, command.
Was somebody trying to reach Division Alpha?
Yeah, Alpha, this is air attack. Do you have the air-to-ground frequency?
Yes, we have it up.
What is it?
Switch to air-to-ground.
Hopefully that helped a little bit. Montecito is Santa Barbara County. Okay, so that's a ways out of the way then.
Division Alpha, air attack on repeat.
Go ahead for Division Alpha.
Okay, so yeah, you're probably
Got a report of multiple bicyclists just north of the fire in your division. Looks like they're coming down from Gizmo Peak using a trail system. They're getting in pretty close proximity of where the fire is burning off that dozer line, so we might want to get an LEO and route.
some mountain bikers want a close view of the
Air
fire.
attack from Division Alpha. We're making our way up the hill. Half of your transmission was cut off. Where do you need a resource, and what's the issue?
Report of multiple bicyclists at the north end of that hill area of the fire. They've accessed the dozer line from Gizmo Peak Trail System, so looking to possibly get an LEO in there to get them out.
Gizmo Peak.
Copy that. We'll see if we can get an LEO there to clear them out.
Additionally, Division Alpha, I'm not able to get a hold of operations, so you might want to pass that on to them if you can.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I copy that, Air Attack. Can you just confirm for me which trail it is where that dozer line is?
It looks like it goes to Gizmo Peak.
Copy. Gizmo Peak.
So All Trails provides this information about Gizmo Peak. That's by Caballero Canyon.
From Division Alpha on command.
Looks like it's on the north side of the fire.
Alpha operations.
Got Palisades down here at the bottom.
Broken. Sounds like you have civilians. Oh, is that around Rustic Canyon over there?
We're trying to find it on the map just to confirm it's over by Rustic Canyon. We're down heading up the hill, so your communications are broken, but the dozer trail or dozer line up there is where we have multiple sites that we need an LEO to remove.
LEO is a law enforcement officer.
Are they on foot? Is it foot traffic or vehicle traffic?
Bicycles.
It sounds like they're bicyclists.
Yeah, copy that. Go ahead and see if you can find me a better location. Other than that, the Lelos are not going to be able to find them, but we have law enforcement in the area, and I'll reinforce that we need to keep them off.
Copy. We'll look and see if we can figure out the exact location.
Copy. Thank you.
And they wouldn't be. They went up to the peak. The peak is the end of the trail, and then they went back down.
Hey, Alpha operation.
Headed north.
Go ahead, operations.
Hey, so all this area is a hard closure, so don't spend too much time on it though. But get up there and see the thing. Most likely they're going to be gone before you get up there. So keep doing what you're doing. Structural defense is a priority in the life of the people and the public.
Copy that. I'll just keep checking in with Air Attack to see if they have moved, if there's any issue with them.
On Palisades now, I'm seeing.
Yeah, copy that. Thank you.
Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 helicopters and 1 plane active in this firefighting right now. So a lot of helicopters doing some work here, probably getting water out of pools, out of buckets. You know, the large buckets people swim in their backyard. Swimming pools, which is a good resource for everybody. I don't think the residents would mind if somebody borrowed some water from their pool to save their house.
Palisades Air Attack on B1.
Palisades Air Attack B1, go ahead, sir.
Can you read to me the tail numbers of the air tankers that are still committed to this fire?
The tail numbers?
Palisades Air Attack, last updated tankers were Hotel 601, Hotel 605, Hotel 613, all 3 coming from Porterville, Hotel 602 coming from BEU.
Copy. Thanks for that. I'm looking for the fixed-wing large air tanker tail numbers, if you got those as well.
Those are all helis, the first ones.
Tanker 79, Tanker 83, Tanker 914.
Copy, thank you for that.
Okay, so we've got the tail numbers of some planes we can look for. Let's see if we can search for them real quick and see where they're at. Let's do a filter here. Get rid of this. Do a filter by custom aircraft. It's ICO. No. Can I just do a tail number? Not seeing it. Military and government. Let's just look at those guys. Turn everything else off. All right, so this guy's doing the eye in the sky. He's monitoring the whole thing. And all the helicopters. Let's see. Those tail numbers are not matching the registration.
Division Charlie, 5210 Charlie, on command.
Yeah, they're using code numbers for the helicopters, not tail numbers, not registration numbers. Bummer. Thought I'd be able to track them a little bit that way. Bummer. Well. How many acres? A lot. Let's see if I can get the update on the acres.
LA, Palisades air attack on B1.
Palisades, air attack V1, go ahead.
Do you have an ETA for tanker 914?
Showed over 20 or 27,000 acres was the last update. Just under 27,000.
Palisades air attack just updated on the FC-106, advising mob 1510, ETA 1524.
So they're 8 minutes out. Air tanker's 8 minutes away. Minutes. Let's see if we can see where he's at. These should all just be government planes. Ooh. That looks cool. There's this, looks like a C-130 or C-17A, sorry. That's another eye in the sky over there. Was that him lit up at LAX? There's a lot of LAX. It's hard to. This guy? No, that's a military plane. Could be National Guard. He flew in from where? From San Francisco. From out here. Around Fairfield. Oops, that's Mexico. Too far. All right, we're back. Oh, we have a scam call. Hello? Hello? Mary?
Hello?
Mary, is that you?
Hi, this is Mary from
Mary!
Med Health Center.
Mary, how are you doing?
I'm calling to let you know that after this recent open enrollment.
Oh, Mary, I accidentally hung up on you. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. I was waiting for that call all day. N935 BS, leaving an hour. My brother is flying his client. They will pass over the fires. There we go. Let's find some tail numbers. Gotta watch his brother as a pilot. Discard the changes. I can barely see this. Hey, what's up, bud? There are my bookmarks.
Operations, Division Juliet, with a line emergency.
Oh, no. These are bad. These are bad. Hopefully it's not serious.
Operate with an emergency traffic.
There's the plane where Watch's brothers can be flying.
Operations, Heavy Equipment 1, you got an emergency trap. They're trying to get you.
Branch 5, Division Juliet, with emergency traffic. Command.
Anybody, please listen. There's the tanker came in right here.
Palisade Ops, LA on V1, you've got Branch 5 with emergency traffic.
Division Juliet, command.
He can't hear.
Branch 5, Operations V1.
This is so bad.
Operation, Division Juliet on command.
Go for operation.
I'd like to 7-5 for an intoxicated individual.
Wait, somebody's drunk?
Traffic collision.
DUI?
He's being restrained.
Whoa.
I was getting every other word on that. I heard traffic collision and intoxicated. What do we need?
And then 7-5 via de
7-5 via day something. Intoxicated individual
Gas
collision.
469. Foxtrot.
All units on the Palisades, hold your traffic for emergency traffic from Division Juliet to Ops.
Go with emergency traffic.
It's his radio.
We have dual firefighter, enforcement, and AM 275.
This is terrible. He's requesting an ambulance. He says there's an intoxicated individual who's being restrained. There's been a collision, and you're just picking up pieces. I can hear pretty well. I've got headphones. I'm not in a noisy area. The guy who's receiving this probably is not hearing everything that we're hearing. I'm missing dinner?
Division Juliet, Operations V1, how do you read me?
You're real broken. See if I can get you. trying.
This is a cluster.
Operation Juliet, how do you copy?
Much better. Much better.
Better, go ahead. Okay. Ambulance 757. How do you copy?
We got 757, that's it.
Again, extremely broken. Do you have cell coverage?
They need to have a primary, they need to have an alternate, they need to have a contingency, and they need to have an emergency plan for communication.
Ready to copy number?
No! Radio's not working. Can I tell you my phone number over the radio? If you like Weather Watch's style, please join us tomorrow night for the podcast. Thomas is amazing, good friend, long time supporter, long time friend of the channel. We've been doing a podcast together, going on our third season on the podcast. Have a lot of fun just kicking back.
Palisades air attack V1.
Operations Division Juliet on command. How do you copy?
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. We're talking to the right side of the radio now.
Branch 5, operation.
Branch 5.
1.
Operations Branch 5, go.
Hey, Branch 5, how do you read?
Everyone's trying to step in and say, can you hear me?
Operations Branch 5, I'm unable to read. I did copy that it had cell coverage, so I forwarded your number.
Juliet from staging on B1.
Operations confirming we can clear V1 in.
Dropping water is coming into drop right now.
Operation Juliet. Man.
This is the area where that couple was trapped.
Rescue that was requiring. We're down here at Will.
So this is right next to that neighborhood.
All units on the Palisades incident, hold your traffic for operations trying to get a hold of an IWI on V1. Palisades air attack, standby 1.
That's a net control stepping in, telling everyone to shut up.
Operations on V1, how do you read?
I got you loud and clear now. You copy me?
I got you. Go ahead with your traffic.
Okay. Need ambulance and law enforcement for an
Intoxicated?
Intoxicated
violent.
7-5 via. He's in Beach resources at this time. Also was involved in a traffic collision.
I got law enforcement needed and medical needed for
This is a circus.
civilian intoxicated who is combative and an accident. I missed the address.
757.
De La.
Do you have cell coverage?
Stay firm.
Take my number down and call me, please. Ready?
He's now going to transmit his cell phone number over a radio system that's not.
8.
We're going to turn this down. We're not going to play that because the last thing you need is some prankster to call his number when they're fighting the fire. Beachfront Avenue. Oh, wait. Sorry, that's a different one. Yeah, they're still sharing the phone number. This is tragic. Communications like this, minutes matter. And hearing a delay of 10, 15 minutes. And not only that, they've now had to shut down all the communications for how long to try to get this one message through, and they can't hear each other. And after all that, they're still going to have to try to call each other on the cell phone and see if that'll work. During this time, fire trucks can't be dispatched to new areas. New people can't check in. Old people can't get released and have somebody cover their shift, or new guys on the equipment.
Palisades operations, LAV1. I can relay.
Oh, good. We got a relay. Relay is somebody in the middle who says, I can hear both.
301, go ahead for 1 Alpha.
This is something ham radio operators are great at on the relay.
Operations from Metro Communications. I believe we have an address for you. 57 Via de la Paz.
757 Via de la Paz.
Is that 57 de la Paz?
757.
Operations at 75 Via de la Paz.
75 Via de la Paz.
757 Via de la Paz. That's where
Roger. 757 Via de la Paz.
That's where they're trying to get to right here. Drunk guy, combative.
Reiteration, I don't know if you heard the traffic. He's asking for law enforcement and medical for that address for an intoxicated civilian with a TC and combative, correct?
LA can confirm that report.
LA with the relay guy, that clear signal. Beautiful. He can hear both, and he's saying, yes, I can hear the one side and I can hear the other side. You guys can't hear each other. He's doing what ham radio operators do.
Confirm you can resume normal operations on V1.
Yes, resume all operations on V1.
Operations resume. Palisades Air Attack V1 LA, go ahead.
I would hate to be a resident in this area and know what happened on the radio or what didn't happen with communications during this fire.
Palisades Air Attack on V1, did you have traffic?
LA Air Attack. Tanker 107 and Tanker 914 are released. Back to San Bernardino with an ETA of 1545.
Released back to San Bernardino.
LA copies. Did Tanker 914 make it on scene and check in with you?
Can you repeat?
Did Tanker 914 check in with you?
They already made their drop and they're outbound.
Copy. Thank you.
This is Tanker 914. If you see TKR 914,
Division
right here,
Foxtrot.
that's what they're talking about. They made their drop and they're out. Looks like they made their drop right through this stretch right here, made this line. That's where they were the lowest during their flight.
9, Foxtrot, on command.
Foxtrot, did you have traffic about 10 minutes ago?
About 10 minutes ago. That is terrible. These little helicopters are doing little drops, dropping water, probably getting water from some of the houses in this area. That might be a field actually right there. You can see they're doing doing loops. Probably coming up here, dropping the water, and then flying back out. They fly in a pattern like this when there are multiple helicopters fighting the same thing. You can see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 helicopters that might be doing the same loop. That way they can stay out of each other's way.
V1, go ahead, sir.
And be a little more efficient with their time.
25 is also released. They've got a 10-minute ETE back to Fox where they're going to refuel and then reposition back to Hemet.
Yeah, that's this
LA
guy
City
right here.
RA-43 operations on V1.
This guy's released. He's going to go refuel. And then back to Hemet. So it's like a change into the guard right now. We still have other planes that are...
LA City RA-68 operations on V1.
A couple Alaskan airline planes flying high above the fire.
Palisades operations, V1, you have an RA hailing you.
Can you relay, please? I need to get that one of those RAs to 757 via for that intoxicated patient.
Yeah, ops on staging. I have rescue 43 here.
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead. Go ahead and send Rescue 43 to 757 via De La Paz for that Division Juliet.
757 via De La Paz, Division Juliet. No, Rescue 68 is checked.
You were broken traffic. Just tell me which rescue that you're sending. Designator one more time.
Rescue 3 into via De.
Copy. Rescue 43 into 757 via De La Paz. Thank you.
LA Palisades Air Attack V1.
Palisades Air Attack V1, go ahead.
Identified. I'm sure there's a plan in place for it. We do have a few left over. We can get to you guys.
Air Attack, repeat your last.
Palisades Air Attack, I would like to cancel any other air tankers that were on a return to the fire. Cancel them, please.
Palisades Air Attack, LA copies. Cancel any air tankers returning to the fire.
Branch 5, Operations V1.
Could be a couple of reasons. It could be that the helicopter's more effective right now. And they do have a lot of helicopters in the air.
Palisades High School.
That's something at Palisades High School. I thought that burned already.
Unable to copy.
Branch 5 operations, how do you copy?
Much better.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, we got reports of involved structures at Palisades High School. Please send units.
I don't give out my call sign because it gives away my home address, unfortunately. But I'm a technician.
Copy. Involved structure at Palisades High School.
I'm a K7. KD7. but I don't give out the rest of it. It's fun because the area I'm in right now is a region 4 instead of 7. So it's fun to have a call sign from out of the area. Thousand structures. Many of those structures were worth millions of dollars each. And that's not including the property, the cars. Laurie. You can find me at my P.O. box. That's where to find me. When you find me at my address, that usually the police will find you as well. Indy Cindy, member for 19 months. Thank you very much. Sorry to hear that you were under the weather. Slowly getting better is good. Hopefully you return to full health soon. Shelley Kelly, member for 5 months. Also a ham radio operator. N7 NOR, November Oscar Romeo. Good to hear. Maybe we'll catch you on the air sometime. Nana, 1776. Thank you very much for the generous super chat. I appreciate that. Sad issues sharing that. Thank you. Weezer. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. Deanne B., welcome to the gallery. Carolyn W., member for 18 months. Prayer for all those people in California. Thank you for having the best coverage. Well, we try, but I can't guarantee anything. Just noticed my camera was out of focus. That'll be a little better. Kayla Newell, this is the normal time for fires. Is it? No. It's all fire season. Holy heck, I'm finally back. Missed y'all. Tess, thank you. It is evening time. It's late. It's late. It's almost 7. What day is it? Wednesday? I think I missed dinner. Maybe there's a Panda Express nearby. It's late. We're gonna sort of wrap it up. I'll keep monitoring this. If something big happens, by big we mean like a new fire breaks out threatening an area, something like that, we might jump back and come on later tonight. I'll sort of keep my ear to the ground. So if you hear something, let me know on the burner phone. That would be great. That's area code 801-513-1160. And otherwise, we'll be on again tomorrow. It is Thursday tomorrow. Tomorrow is Podcast Thursday. So it's going to be exciting to have you join us. That would be great. If you are the religious type, we would ask that you put in a prayer for the firefighters, the first responders, all those personnel who are on the front lines fighting the fire in California, as well as those individuals who are sitting right now wondering if they've lost everything they own. There's a lot of heartache and a lot of anxiety out there right now. So put some good back into the into the air.
States Air Attack LAV-11 able.
It's California. Fire season's 24/7. Yeah. Flight Tracks looks like a gem controller. A game controller? Like an Xbox. Amber says check the burner. Mod chat or otherwise? I'm looking at mod chat. Amber, you sent me 2 screenshots of the entire screen. I'm looking on my phone.
Palisades, Air Attack LAV-11 able.
Was it the muted message? Let's see. I'm going to go back. Amber. The tweet. Are you trying to send me to political tweets? I'm looking at the burner, Amber. What? Where's it at? Oh, I was on mod chat. Hang on. Oh, Amber's calling in. Apparently, mod chat communication was as effective as the radios in California. So let's listen on the phone. Amber, how are you doing?
I'm good. Are you okay?
I'm doing great. What's wrong?
Are you sure?
What?
You sure you're okay?
Why would I not be okay?
Because you're thinking I'm sending you something to the burner when you mentioned the burner phone and I put the burner phone command in chat. I didn't alert you to nothing. And now you're reading all of the stuff I send you in DMs. Are you okay? Do you need to go to bed?
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
I thought for sure I heard the buffer sound, and then I saw...
I haven't typed buffer all day. And you weren't seeing chat quick enough.
Man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're hoping that tonight, when we wake up tomorrow morning, the air in California will be clear. The fire will be out. Everyone will be back in their homes. Sadly, unfortunately, 1,000 or more homes or structures are lost. And I'm afraid that the lost life count is going to go up as well. But, man. New evacuation orders for Santa Monica. Mods have been amazing. Amber, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I know you guys are working hard.
You're certainly welcome. And I didn't do the buffer that's incoming.
That was Josh. I'm hearing things with all the beeps and scanner radio. Thanks, Amber. Have a good night.
All right, bye.
See ya.
Open mic on LA County V1 at the Palisade incident. Open mic on LA County V1 at the Palisade incident.
This is somebody sitting on their radio. This is terrible. No communication can happen because one person is holding the button down on their radio.
Open mic on LA County V1 at the Palisades incident. All units check your radios.
The one person with the open mic does not hear that message. They need to say it between the open mic times, but that was bad. That was a rookie mistake for sure. A lot of radios nowadays have a transponder in it that will tell you which radio it was, and they can remotely shut it off, which is pretty cool. But apparently not that one. The problem with holding an open mic like that, some of the radio repeater equipment is not meant for a duty cycle to be continuous. And if you keep the transmitter on for a long time, guess what? It generates heat, a lot of heat, and it can actually overheat the whole system and shut it down, and then it has to cool down, then restart and reinitiate. It's terrible. It's terrible, terrible. Maybe that's what happened here, because now it's silent. Let's see, we have a Thurston County trial tomorrow. Jury selection just finished up, says Josh. It's an aggravated assault, 4th degree. So we will have a trial tomorrow. We'll also keep track of the fire. Rage Crochet, I'd recommend you, if you're not a ham radio operator, that you study the test first and look and see if that's something you would want to do. A ham radio is pretty useless if you don't have a license. Just being able to listen, it's not very good. You wouldn't understand a lot of what's happening or where to look. With a license, it will help you understand, where the repeater frequencies are and enable you to talk to people as well. But so many new fires across the LA Valley. Twelble, good luck with your friends. Malibu, that is a very dangerous area. Hope everyone is okay. I believe that's all evacuated right now. Fire hydrants have no water. They ran out of water about 3 a.m. this morning. Do they still require Morse code on the ham license? No. You can do no code. No code. Morse is not required. Is anyone else following this? I think there are a couple streamers that are covering it. I don't know exactly how they're covering it or what footage they're showing. I know there are some news stations in the area that are doing live coverage. I think KTLA is doing it. I'm pretty sure KCAL might have some. Let me check. ABC News had live coverage. It's just going to be talking
from
heads.
Santa Monica, DC1 on command.
Live Now Fox has it. LA Flights. Hang on one second. LA Flights might be able to show you some of the fire. They're at Los Angeles International Airport, so even though they show just planes taking off and landing, you might be able to see either a tanker landing at the LAX if they do, or occasionally zoom out and show you what the fire looks like. Or the
Santa
smoke.
Monica, BC1 from Division Alpha. He may be in a bad spot and I may not get your comms. You want me to relay?
Yeah,
NBC has
Give me
live
location
coverage
so I can do a face-to-face with Branch 1.
on YouTube. Let's see who else is doing this. KCAL's live. ABC 7 is live.
Branch 1 from Division Alpha.
ICADMEL is up with coverage.
Division Alpha, Branch 1, go ahead.
Fox 11.
Battalion 1.
I think that's it. That's everything I got.
Division Alpha, Branch 1, you were walked on. Repeat.
Santa Monica Battalion wants to meet. I just need your location.
Yeah, is he up where you're at? Alpha?
Negative. I'm down at ground support. We had a flat tire. Just changing it out. We're going to head back that direction right now.
I'm listening to Los Angeles County
Copy,
Fire
I'll turn around
V1.
Is
V1, Los Angeles County.
fuel tender is?
The app should be free.
Yeah, we're heading back up to West Ridge.
Yeah, I copy. I'll turn around and come back to where, what's his identifier again?
It's DC1. He's the one looking to get...
Nina, thank you. I love what I
I'm
do.
just relaying.
This is a dream job for me to be able to live stream every day. This is absolutely wonderful. This type of incident happens to coincide. It's like be the convergence of where my hobbies and my business line up. I love it. So I'm glad if I was able to bring you a little bit of information or inform you in a little bit or even entertain you in some way. I'm glad I could do that. It's the best job in the world, and you guys make it all possible. So thank you for that. Let's see. Do you talk to people when you're not on the air? Do you have friends who have ham radios? Yes. Yes, my wife has a ham radio. Well, not right now because I'm holding hers as we speak. So right now I have 4 radios on my desk, and 2 more on the ground. So I've got a few radios here, and a couple more upstairs. But these are cheap. If you get a ham radio, you can literally buy this for less than $20, less than $20. Josh sent you a link to jury selection and mod chat just in case it gets deleted. All right, I'll see if I can pull that down while I'm eating dinner. Do you remember what video was showed from LA Times that showed how bad the wind was? It was on Twitter, Nikki. Look at LA Times feed on Twitter, and it should have that. I think Wally was the photographer who caught that. Santa Monica City Councilman reports there's an active fire burning at 4th Street and at Adelaide in Santa Monica, 1 block over from San Vicente. So you're saying you'll be watching this even if we weren't live streaming? Yeah, I am. I would. I mean, I could keep it going, but I would not be on the air. I could show you. I could keep you watching Flight Radar and let you listen to the scanner while I eat dinner, but I would not be here. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll just keep the scanner running, and I'm gonna run and eat dinner, and you guys can watch my radios while I'm gone.
Santa Monica, DC-1 from Division Alpha. Meet Branch 1 at ground support. That's PCH and Entrada. You copy?
Copy, thanks.
So the radio I'm listening to is actually a scanner app called Scanner Radio. It's an orange and black, or it's an orange and gray icon on the Apple Store. It is free, and I'm listening on that. I'm listening to the Los Angeles County Fire. So if you search by area, if you download the app, you say I want to search by area. You say United States, California, Los Angeles County, and then you scroll down to Los Angeles County Fire V1, and that will be the communications for the Palisade Fire. I would bring in an additional channel, but there's enough communication going on right now that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the Eaton Fire and the Palisades. But I'm going to step away for just a minute. The presser is in, I think it's in an hour, right? Oh, the $15 radio. This is a Baofeng UV5R. Uniform Victor 5 Romeo.
Palisades air attack on V1.
They're tiny. They're just
Palisades air attack V1, go, sir.
Little battery pack on the back.
Tanker 01 is released back to San Bernardino, ETA 1600. Tanker 79, Tanker 83, released back to Porterville, ETA 1620.
Are they saying the presser's at 7 Eastern time? Presser's at 8 p.m. Okay, we've got time. Is that 8 p.m. local or 8 p.m. Eastern? I'm not sure, but I think Agenda Free TV has Reuters affiliation, which enables them to get video from around the world. What were you before a YouTube creator? Laurie, I was immediately before I worked for the federal government in a top secret SCI position. Before that, I worked in the news media. Worked in video creation. So I've filmed for the news, I've filmed for the police, and I've worked in the government. And my hobbies are radio, listening to the police scanner, fishing, metal detecting, and I love what I do here.
Palisades air attack V1, go.
For relief air attack, there is a night air attack sitting at Fox, so you might want to check with South Ops. Might make more sense to have them come in as relief. Just a suggestion.
Thanks, Amber, for the link. That'll get you on the website for Scanner Radio. That'll let you
Palisades air attack.
access that directly on your computers. I was not a civilian. I was a contractor the whole time, which means I did the same job the civilians did, but I made less money. That's how it works. Worked with some great people, though. Absolutely loved that. Mostly we follow courts, but occasionally we follow some big news stories if we can be beneficial in helping get information out. It was my job to do what I was told. I loved it. But all right, I'm gonna step away for lunch. I'm gonna be right back. The dinner, I think. I think it's dinner.
Division Juliet from 82 Charlie on command.
Branch 5, planning on. Branch 5, planning off on command.
Palisades, air attack, Branch 7 on command.
Branch 7, air attack, go ahead.
Confirm you're still on air to ground 6.
Hey, firm.
Meet you there when you're able.
Branch 5, planning off on command.
Division Alpha, engine 89, V1.
Go ahead for Division Alpha.
Hey, we just crew swapped here, engine 89 down at Will Rogers. Is there someone we can meet up and touch base?
Yeah, is this LA County engine 89? Yeah, engine 89 from Division Alpha. We're going to be heading back up to Westridge in about 20. We'll be up there in about 20 minutes. Right now, we're just leaving where Chow was. You copy that?
'89 copies. You're leaving where Chow was, headed to Westridge?
Yes, our ETA up there is 20 minutes.
Copy, 20 minutes Westridge.
2255 Westridge Road.
Evac from 1880 Charlie on command.
A new station alert has arrived.
Palisades Air Attack, LA on V1 when able. Palisades Air Attack, LA on V1.
All right, I just heard one that's echoing. I heard a news station alert has arrived. I'm sorry, but that was really loud. Is the presser going right now? Let's see. Let's back up and see if we can find it. Let's go back to the beginning here.
Division Alpha, Battalion 2014, can you come up on TAC?
That our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena, as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena and the leaders that you see behind me, we will certainly have all those individuals and their families and friends in our thoughts and prayers. We have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community. To date, we have over 100,000 people under mandatory evacuation. We've had 5 fatalities, and then we have close to another 100,000 people who have been warned to evacuate because they are in a danger zone. Hundreds of homes have been lost. I'll let the police chief and the fire chief talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another. Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congressmember Judy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the Governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Wow.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the City Manager for the City of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our Public Works Department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barger.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who's very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney, who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full extent of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. And I think it's important for us to know that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state, with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents the Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you break from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas. Please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site and there are still fires burning, and I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated, they have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure, if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
All other aircraft ready to fly at 08.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation, and for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day.
These are bold
now,
promises.
This week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please, stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders, We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire.
DSN, thank you
We're
so
working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful for everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Next, President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Gomez.
My wife made me some baked ziti, which I had with
Hi,
grated
I'm Jose
Toscano
A. Gomez,
black pepper
Jose
cheese. It's delicious.
A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our City Department of Public Health, and in partnership with our Superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible. And we, of course, appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
That bunny rabbit video was from 2017,
Next,
by the way.
From the Humane Society of DuVernay.
I'm Dia DuVernay, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days, but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours, and we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are already in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter to shelter with their pets and take care of other people's pets. It's going to take a real community effort to recover from this. We've had lots of inquiries from people wanting to help. We're taking names of those who would be interested in fostering animals as we get more animals in. Right now, our primary need is monetary donations so that we can provide emergency services to pets that have been impacted by the fires. We are also providing food and other pet supplies if anyone is in need. And we really encourage you, if you are evacuating, please make sure your pet has identification. Take pet supplies with you. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need in our community. Thank you.
Next, because this is still an active fire with very little, if any, containment, I think it's important to hear from the fire chief, and our fire chief is here with us, Chief Chad Augustine.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Augustine, your Pasadena Fire Chief, CHADAUGUSTIN. I'd like to give you a current stat on our Ayden fire. We can confirm that the Ayden fire is now over 10,600 acres at 0% containment. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't highlight some of the heroic actions last night by your public safety, police, and fire, who literally saved lives, pulling people out from burning buildings, getting them out of streets and vehicles where they had no ways to evacuate, our death count today would be significantly higher without their heroic actions.
Thanks for just
We
being
currently
here. I
have
appreciate that.
60 strike teams requested and 750 firefighters working on this incident. We're in a unified command with multiple agencies to include law, LA County Fire, LA County Sheriff, and Angeles National Forest, along with Pasadena Fire. We have strike teams committed from all over the state and as far as Arizona coming to assist us. Multiple structures have been damaged or destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. We had spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as it becomes safe to do so, and we get a better handle on this fire, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total of number of structures that have been damaged or completely lost. We continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday, with variable and high wind speeds, thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. Thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m. we've had aircraft doing water drops. With the goal of limiting the fire spread, we will come behind those water drops with hand crews and fire engines to get a containment line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to
in the next couple of days. How are the firefighters holding up?
Yeah, they're exhausted. We need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work. Where they've, an example is crews that fought 15 house fires over a 28-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away from burning down. So great work, not just from your Pasadena fire, but throughout this entire region.
Chief, can you talk about strike teams? What's the status of that? How long have people been waiting?
Great question. So we have multiple strike teams that have arrived. We're in the early 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona strike teams should be here by this evening.
Chief, can you talk about resources being stretched? I know that this morning, with the some of the fires,
questions about the resources being stretched.
Appeared not to have the resources. Everybody stretched to the limit. Can you talk about that situation?
Yeah, sure. I would be kidding all of you if I said we didn't have resources stretched yesterday, right? It's a rarity that you have 2 major brush fires in LA County, like we did yesterday with the Ayden fire and the Palisades, let alone the multiple other fires that we saw. So we had an extreme drawdown from with LA County Fire, and they are our biggest partner. Even with their drawdown, they sent us a lot of resources last night, which was really helpful. It's unfortunate with the wind gusts that we had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, they had to ground their aircraft last night. But we really relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question?
Yes,
thank you.
One more. I wanted to ask about you inside the fire zone and multiple residents have talked about a lack of water pressure or lack of water.
Inside the fire zone, they're asking about multiple residents saying there's lack of water pressure to fight the fire.
And they said it was due to the amount of water usage at one time. Is this what you were seeing? What was the situation there?
What was the situation for firefighting with water pressure?
Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, with I'll throw a number out, 100 fire engines flowing water. We are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water. With those wind gusts, we were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire, and that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire.
Sir, where is specific the fire start? The most specific, because it's a picture taken approximately 6:30 last night. Like
asking when the fire started.
Transformer fire.
Transformer fire, 6:30 last night.
That's correct. The time that is correct, and around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, but right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving almost simultaneously, and then of course the fire quickly moved into the Pasadena city limits.
So 10,600 acres on fire, 0% containment, destroyed.
Yeah, what gives me hope is when I look at the trees and bushes around here. Last night was incredible, right? It was like something that most of you have probably never seen. Tonight we have very mild wind conditions where we can get aircraft and a ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Chief, can you talk about the cause of the fire?
Why don't we bring the police chief up, and then then you can ask questions of both chiefs.
Can I just finish this one question? Can we talk about the cause of the fire, and if there are other, because we know that there are several fires burning, are any of these connected, does it look like? Could they be arson?
Could some of these fires be arson?
You're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation, right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. We need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate cause and origin.
We'll ask the chief to stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because this also involves a public safety situation and neighborhoods that have been evacuated and homes, the message I want to reiterate is don't even think about it. Don't think about coming to loot any of these properties in Pasadena or Altadena, because the Pasadena Police Department, as well as the LA County Sheriff and resources from the state of California, will be out there patrolling and protecting these neighborhoods. With that, I'll turn it over to our police chief, Eugene Harris, to provide you more facts and details.
My name is Gene Harris. I am the police chief for the city of Pasadena. Gene is G-E-N-E. Last name is Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building behind me. There was nothing short of heroic, and as they got there, it rapidly turned into that type of mission. So we had people from our police department, our fire department, certainly reached out into our Area C partners, local, state, and county folks that came to assist. And it took all night to get folks rescued or evacuated from their homes, and that effort was robust in that end. We also reached out beyond our county into other counties. We had some other agencies roll assets to us that could help us solve this problem, and they are still on scene at our command post as we speak. As you heard said, this is an active scenario from a law enforcement perspective. You've heard all of the fire circumstances and issues. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we in law enforcement are doing in this incident. As I said, it started out as a evacuation and rescue mission. It is now going to transition for law enforcement into a protection and community safety mission. And we will be staunch in protecting the community and protecting the homes of those folks who've had to be evacuated. We will have numerous folks in and around the area upwards of 150 officers at any one time in and around the city, handling all of our regular patrol efforts, but certainly focusing on making sure that the homes and the property around the burn area is secure. We will be staunch in that effort. If you have, and this is a message to the community, if you have a righteous reason to be there, declare that reason to law enforcement personnel and we'll assist you. If you don't have a righteous or legal reason to be there, expect to be challenged and we will deal with you accordingly. The idea here is we want to make sure that we protect the people in this community, we protect the sanctity of these people's homes, and we will do that without fail. As you heard the mayor say, don't come here if that is the mission, if that's what you plan to do. You will run into somebody in one of these uniforms and we will take care of that situation. So ensure that we are going to be staunch and very stern about the way that we're conducting this protection mission.
Lock them up.
I want to end it by simply saying the first responders in this city are second to none. Those partners that responded to help us really stood up, and you've got some really good elements that came out here to support this community and make it safe. So we will have ongoing and sustained operations. There will not be any lessening of operational capability for emergency services. We might find that some of the regular services will be out. We've put some information out on that for social media and on the media to make sure that people understand that we may not have the counters open and some of those things for regular services. But all emergency services will be dealt with without any lessening of services or impact. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Now we can open it up to questions from any of our speakers that you may have. I can do Spanish now, or we can do one-on-one.
We asked the chief about the looting situation.
Questions about the looting for the police chief?
What was the situation there? What makes you speak so forcefully about any activities that
Josh is in a generous mood.
Well, the forceful nature of my delivery is really designed to impact what our caring is for this community. It's a community caring mission. We haven't had any incidents of looting, and we don't want any. And so the message is, don't come here if that's what you plan to do. You're going to run into one of us, and we're going to be staunch in that effort. So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
This question is specific to Pasadena, to the Ayden fire. They have had looting in the Palisades fire.
Chief, there were a number of significant spot fires that broke out not only in the hills but along Lake Avenue, for example. Several buildings suddenly caught fire at once. Do you anticipate any of that tomorrow?
I do not. Right, well, we're still in a very active incident, right? And we have a dynamic fire that has 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds. Wind gusts to 70 miles an hour and very erratic winds. 2 in the morning, they changed direction heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread tomorrow? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? No.
Chief, can you elaborate on how far those embers were going and how much that contributed to the spread of the fire?
We can confidently say those embers were spreading ember cast 2+ miles, right? And we were in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts, and when I was driving to the fire last night, there was fires, dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
Chief, the owner of the Bundy Museum told us on our air on CBS that the fire hydrant in front of the museum was dry, and that firefighters couldn't get any water on the vent. Are you sure that all the hydrants?
Questions about water pressure and the fire hydrants.
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific instance because I don't know the facts of that, but I can tell you that it's very common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire with that many resources that we're going to tax our water supply and our water system. Then if you have a loss of power, which may impact the pressure, it's going to make it even worse. So Yes, all of that. We're going to struggle on water supply on a very, very large brush fire like we saw last night with multiple structures on fire.
Do you feel that you got enough help, enough mutual aid just now? Did it arrive fast? Did it help?
Sure. What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had augmented staffing all over the county, and which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades Fire early in the day, and they were sending us resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the mutual aid system in California, specifically LA County.
You know, as you're speaking right now on our air, we're showing live pictures of the house burned to the ground.
Yes.
These are images that you and everyone second time has seen all along. What do you say to what's happening?
We grieve for them, right? We are incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough as your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions, where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residence or building that was out there.
Mayor Gordo, on that same note, how surreal is it get inside this convention center many times before we have events, but to see it being utilized in this way? More than 1,000 people are now using this. Looking forward, what are some of the biggest needs that you think of the days to come that you'll be here for the folks that are manufacturing?
Well, you know, first and foremost, you know, it's very sad to see families dislodged, particularly families that have lost their home, and as the chief says, have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. You know, we have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government in.
This is so...
Let me show you what Brian Enton captured while we listen to this some more. Here, watch this video.
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call.
This is so...
To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that.
Terrible.
You can also contact our business line.
This is Brian Enton's
the
video
right people that
from
can guide
Twitter.
you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might be here.
Okay, what's the business line?
I don't know that off the top of my head, unfortunately, but you can get that on our website.
Okay, this again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. You know, Pasadena and its residents, and Altadena, it's a resilient community, and I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen in carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena, for that matter, to cause problems, the LA County Sheriffs will be there to get you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. With that, that will complete our, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
Lots of stuff going on there. And they get claps. So apparently, at least those present at the press conference, are happy with what they're hearing. I would be a little disappointed. I don't think people at the press conference have been listening to the scanners. The communication issue is a major failing. Major failing. let's see, we're going back to V3. Let's go back to V1, sorry. Palisades. Listening in on Palisades, a police scanner again. It sounds like all the daytime crews for firefighting are pretty much wrapped up for the day. There is going to be some crews that are able to work at night, but most of the planes will not be fighting through the night. They'll have ground crews and stuff for that. Would they admit it if they were listening? Yeah, I think they would, because the news reporters, that's where they get a lot of their information, is from the scanner. Most news stations have a police scanner in their other assignment desk. Yeah, communication towers burning. If repeaters go down, it lessens coverage. It makes it very difficult to get communication, especially in and out of canyon areas and across long distances. We are hearing that the winds are dying down. All right, we wanted to catch that press conference for you. The update, at least from Eaton Fire, the last what I heard was it was over 10,600 acres, which is massive. Hundreds and hundreds of structures lost. I know they have a school. I think the worst one I heard was 80% damage. That was the elementary school, which had been closed. It was already closed. It wasn't in use. But 80% of the structures on that
Palisade
campus.
Operations, Palisade Air Attack V1. Can you meet me on air to ground 6?
So just they also Eaton, at least in the Eaton Fire area up around Pasadena, said they did not have any problems with looting, although they are watching for it, and they also were not very clear on water pressure. in the Palisades fire, in the press conference we heard earlier today, they just flat out said we ran out of water. There was no water pressure. We'd open the fire hydrant and nothing would come out, and so that's a problem. That's a big problem. But this side, they said, we'll check into it. I'm not sure if there was any water pressure issues at any particular fire hydrants for our fire. See, CNN just gave an app called Watch Duty for people to see where the fires are and how big they are. They didn't say the app store, but I would think so. All people can find it. Yeah, I've heard that called out several times. I haven't downloaded it yet, but I will now just because you just brought it up. Watch Duty. Watch Duty Wildfire Maps is the name of the app, the full thing. The application, at least on the Apple, the icon looks like it's a white square with a little orange flame.
Operations, Palisade Air Attack
fire.
Command.
Josh, have a wonderful weekend. I saw the notes in Mod Chat. I'm looking forward to hear from you next week.
Operations, Branch 7 on command.
Operations, Palisade Air Attack Command.
Okay. I've got Watch Duty downloaded. Shows that the Palisades fire is 15,832 acres. The Eaton fire is 10,600, which is the last update we just got in the press conference. Both of those 0% containment. There's not even a containment listed for the Palisades fire. Like they haven't even gotten that far. Also, the Hearst fire is at 700 acres. So between those two, you're looking at 36,000 acres of area burned. Keep up the chatter. I'm glad you're able to subscribe again. Welcome back. Rescue Dogs, thank you very much for the gifted membership. That is a super generous way to welcome people to the channel. Let's see, in the Antelope Valley, I believe they've opened the AV Fairgrounds.
Division Yankee Zulu from Branch 7 on command.
For animals, anyone that needs their animals further north.
Branch 7, Yankee Zulu, go ahead.
Did you have an answer to that last request?
Yeah, I just advised Branch 10. 20 Charlie was able to make it to the address. House is unoccupied and no impingement from the fire.
I copy. Thank you.
Operations Palisade Air Attack Command.
The Freddy fire there on the coast that we saw has been 100% contained. It may have been from one of those air tankers that came in and dropped water on it and just completely doused it. It was 2 acres, and one pass might have put the whole thing out. So icon for watch duty. Give me a second here. I have to put my phone in airplane mode every time I do this so it doesn't accidentally give away someone's number. This is it right here. Of course, it's not working now. The scan rate, the refresh rate is giving it problems from my lights. See this little icon right there? That little orange fire. That's what you're looking for. My lights are too bright, and the refresh rate is being caught by my camera frame rate. So that's the one you want. Let's go back and see if we can get the scanner back up. Did I just buy something when I wasn't looking? Oh, no. It'll arrive eventually. I'll figure out what it is. Sandy Toes, thank you very much for the kind words. Hopefully I was able to get you something a little bit useful today. Between the police scanner radio, which...
Victor Trainee, Branch 7 on command.
Which is, it's a little easier to listen to now. It seems to have quieted down. The watch
Hey,
app.
if you're up here, can you come up to Shireen and Stunt?
Shireen and Stunt. And so the channel, Christy, the channel is Los Angeles County Fire V1 for Palisades, V3 for Eaton Fire.
Yeah, I'll give you a call on your cell.
What is the megahertz website? That one had some problems.
Palisade Operations, Palisade Air Attack Command.
That was open megahertz. I'm not sure if that one's back up. I haven't talked to the developer on that one in a while.
Operations, got you now. Just want to touch base with you. Your last transmission broke. Transition with the air attack.
See, they are up.
Air attack, you broke there. Talking about transition.
Yeah, just letting you know we... to go. Had any change in the priority?
OpenMegahertz.com is not following this one. It's not linked to anything in Los Angeles County.
Yeah, you're getting walked on. If the branches have, as far as.
Okay, I've had this thought going around in my head, and I might regret saying this. But in my experience with radio, and based on my experience, what is happening here with this communications is not an accident. I don't know who's behind it, but I believe that people are intentionally, and by people I mean people within the system, within the organizations that have access to these radios.
Air attack operation.
This is not ham radio. This is, I'm talking about people within the emergency fire communication system are intentionally sabotaging some of these communications. And this is a bold thing to say. I will tell you why I believe that.
Operations air attack coming.
because we have long periods of time where there is no audio heard. There's no transmission.
No change in transition.
You hear that? Nobody's talking. Nobody else is on there.
No change in priority. Are you guys placing the order for the aircraft tomorrow? I guess to go direct with LA.
Nobody else is on the scanner. No one else is talking. No one's on the frequency and talking. And as soon as somebody gets on and starts talking, someone else jumps on and steps on them. It's almost like somebody's sitting there with their radio, waiting for somebody to talk, and then keying up like this. My radio's off, so it's not doing it, but stepping on it, and then it stops, and message goes through, and then it starts again. They're not other voices that are coming in. It's just a carrier. It's just a signal. That's just my conspiracy. That's my tinfoil hat. I've experienced that sort of behavior in radio before, mostly on CB frequencies. Generally, you don't get that sort of thing on ham radio. But why then? Collie, you ready for the why? This is why. For the same reason when funding at prisons get cut, people escape. Follow the money. We have fire departments whose budgets have been cut severely, and they want people to feel the cut. I don't know. I just, in my experience with radio, I think that's what's happening. I can't rationally find another explanation for why transmissions like that. We wait, we have quiet, then somebody transmits. As soon as he starts talking, somebody steps on them. That's intentional. Everybody can hear. Anyway.
I copy, thank you.
He copies, thank you. It's a creepy theory. It is a creepy theory, but there it is. Oprah needs... Oh, I can't read this one, Lindsay. I can't read. It's Pickles, not politics. I realize that's not politics, but thank you, Lindsay. I understand the sentiment behind that one. I listen to what happens. We listened to the scanner most of today, and I cannot think of a rational reason why we were experiencing with communications what we were experiencing today, why it was so difficult for communications to get through, and why when finally somebody came on and said, everyone silence your radios, priority traffic, then it would work. It means somebody was using the radio right then. They would literally talk over whoever was talking like they didn't care. Yeah, and I need to wrap it up at that. I've probably said more than I should, and not gone there. But I'm getting delirious. All right, we are still live, but we're going to be done here in just a little bit. Please, if you're in the California area, these fires are no joke. Please stay safe. There is zero containment. Zero containment. That's nice. 3 fires with zero containment. The only one that's fully contained is the Freddy fire. 100% containment on that one. 100%. Good on you. Good on the air crews on that one. They knocked it down really fast. Prayers for the firefighters out there on the line. This is stressful times. Prayers for all those who were affected or either evacuated but are waiting news or are finding out now that there is nothing to come back to. And that is absolutely devastating. But the waiting has got to be the worst. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. Tomorrow morning, we have a trial out of Thurston. Should start about noon, which means we'll do some fire watch in the morning, maybe some court hopping. And then we'll have a trial out of Thurston. Thanks, Josh, for the heads up on that one. We will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Be good to each other. Bye-bye.
because we here in Canada hate you.